Niche is in the building. One of the first ones in here. What? What's the deal? What is the deal? Let's see. Oh yeah, I gotta switch profiles. I forgot. I had to switch the profiles. Look there, look there, look everywhere. What's the deal, Niche? How you feeling, man? How you feeling? See something real quick. Let me switch this profile real quick. Switch this profile. What you got? What you got going on? Not much, man. I'm about to start me another session today. I had to get some stuff set up. Um, Still trying to see how this set up real quick right now. Trying to see how this eel. How this eel. Hold on, let me see something real quick. Yeah, let's see. Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check. Okay, there we go. We good. Mic check, mic check. Okay, I had to make sure. Had to make sure real quick. I'm good, Kev. Good Lord. You about to restart? No, I'm good. I'm good. I had to just check, make sure this lighting was good and the sound was good and all that. I had to fix some stuff up or rearrange some stuff for real. I am Gucci. How you feeling, man? Hope you got a little good from last live. He said we hear me loud and clear. Yeah. I ain't too close to the mic now. I just got the mic setting up now. Hold on, let me make sure I see how I sound real quick. Hold on, let me make sure I see how I sound real quick. Okay, we Gucci. We Gucci. Yeah. Is it loud? Is it too loud or something? Do I gotta see if I gotta turn my mic down or something? I don't know. I just want to make sure I'm clear. That's all it is. Got me a new little well, not a new earpiece, but I used a different earpiece I had because the last one was real staticky yesterday. Man, I got the wrong background up. Hold up. The wrong one. What a new one at? Life was never meant to be easy. Oh my gosh. How didn't I get the right one? Oh my. Hold up. I gotta switch some stuff up. You said it's clear? Oh, okay, that's good. Hold up, let me switch the background. Oh my. Hold up. I gotta switch some stuff up. You said it's clear? Oh, okay, that's good. Hold up, let me switch the background. Oh my. Hold up. I gotta switch some stuff up. You said it's clear? Oh, okay, that's good. Hold up, let me switch the background. We should be back now. We back. Change this background now because I got the same topic from yesterday, y'all. I don't know what happened. Never mind. No, they need to refresh this. I don't know why I got the same background. What is up, bro? What is up, bro? Yeah, there we go. We Gucci now. Alright, hold on. We should be good. Oh, yeah. Alright. We good. We should be good now. I just had to fix some stuff up. I look the way that everybody that came in. I had to change my my background. I had the wrong thing on. What's the deal, y'all? What's the deal? Skipping. Alright. We should be good now. I got the right subject in the background now. So today's topic. Now we got some ears in here so we can hear. You know what I'm saying? I start switching it up a little bit. I voice, what I gotta say real quick. Then I start letting people know in the box. And until then, everybody can keep the chat rolling until hit them likes and stuff for me and share. So I'm gonna see what I can speak on that good looks on the share. So we talking about limitations, expectations, and fear. Very interesting. My cousin gave me this topic yesterday. Great day, stays on top, great day. You know. Limitations, expectations, and fear. A lot of stuff that hold us back. And a lot of stuff them the main three things that hold us back. So let me I guess I wanna cut into I'm gonna do the fear part first, A lot of people, they scared to take that next step. They scared to take that next step because they scared to fail, and that's one of the first things everybody fear. You know what I'm saying? Fear. That's just part of life, though. It's a defense mechanism and all that stuff, negative thoughts and all that stuff. They actually said fear, or that's usually the opposite. What's the deal, Miss Samuel? They said fear usually be the opposite of. It's basically like a reverse meditation. That's what they said. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like instead of keeping your mind on the positive, you keep your mind all on the negative and all that stuff. That's what kind of fear is. So a lot of the times we tell ourselves, we scared to fail. That's the main, probably the number one fear of what holds us, a lot of us back and stuff. We don't like to fail or or just look bad and stuff. All that stuff, which comes with a lot of that stuff be ego, and then a lot of that stuff be like a defense mechanism. It make people want to, not even try and all that stuff from the beginning. They don't even want to try. They be like, nah, man, I don't think I can do this next job. Actually, that's what I was talking about yesterday. Well, people be scared because, and life is about taking risks sometimes. That's one thing I had to learn. So, people think about, and that's what how I used to think. I was at this one job, sitting there making $750 all this time. My friends are like, "Oh, you still ain't leave," and all that stuff. All I was thinking about was I was just being, okay, so about to be out of jail in a minute, free so. you know, False evidence appear real. I like that. That's some real stuff right there. That's good stuff right there, for sure, for sure. But what's the deal? King is in the building, man. King is in the building. But yeah, most definitely, man. That's what be holding. And so, oh yeah, I was speaking on the story. Like, and it took my friend that actually was like, because I was looking at it like, I always told my friend like, man, I'm scared. I got bills to pay and all that stuff, and I got I don't want to leave and stuff. I'm end up, homeless or something like that. Even though I was only making like 750, but he looking at it like I'm not getting nothing out of it. But I was looking at it, that was my first job. That's my first time, used to it, and I was scared to take a risk. And like I said, that's what that fear do. Fear, and it'll make you scared to take a risk. And when you're scared to take a risk, you won't move forward. Life is about taking a risk a lot of the time. Most of the time, we gotta take some type of risk, but we try to make it smart. You gotta be a smart risk. You know what I'm saying? You gotta make sure it's a good investment. So I would say, like, if like people that be just quit jobs or something like that, you gotta at least have a backup before you do it or something like that. But let me go back to the point of, I was sitting there and I was scared that, I wasn't gonna be able to pay my bills, and I was scared and even though like I said, they wasn't paying too much and stuff, and it took my friend, he had he got in my head and stuff, was like, you ain't, and he used my ego and stuff. That was one thing though. When you tell me I can't do something and I end up doing it and stuff, so he knew how I was, because I was my ego. It was something else, man. My pride and all that stuff. When I love to try to prove people wrong and all that stuff. So he used the reverse tactic on me, like, man, you gonna be stuck at that job and all that stuff. And he telling me, you know, you just he was basically saying all that stuff. You a loyal man, you a company man, saying all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? So I use that. My stuff turned to ego, I'm not a emotional type. Some people will take it emotional, you know what I'm saying? If they hear some stuff like that, you just bashing me or something like that. But no, I use my stuff into like I'm gonna prove you wrong type stuff. I actually change the energy up. I switch it up sometimes. I'm be like, nah, man, you you ain't about to tell me I'm a businessman in here. Let me show you something. I can get another job and all that stuff. But he knew what type of character I was. That's why I say, it's when you know you got you a good friend. He they know how to make you mad real quick. So me myself, I'm over here trying to prove a point. I'm working that job, and I ended up, I just to prove a point. I instantly started looking on Indeed and stuff. Like, man, wouldn't find me another job? I'm gonna show this guy and all that stuff. I ain't stuck at this job. Then I end up getting another job and all that stuff or whatever. I start working two jobs at the same time or whatever just to prove a point. But then at the end of the day, after I got what I wanted, so I proved my point. But then I just, I took out that message is, after that, even though it was like ego getting to me, he knew me and stuff. I took out of that, like, what I'm saying, I gotta take a risk sometimes, especially if I want to do better, especially if I'm not comfortable somewhere. And that's like a lot of time people get comfortable making that little money when a lot of us is worth more than what we be making sometimes. So I be looking at it like emotional growth opposition. Emotional growth opposition. Okay. That dude got to work for all of it. Dang, my man. This dude be ready. You know you be ready for this. He got all the time. He got all the same. I'm about to start jotting some of this stuff down. But yeah, after the message, he made me realize that, that fear. You know what I'm saying? That fear I start I actually overcame it by with ego. He used my own little thing against me, or ego, pride, one of them two. He used it against me. Like I said, I realized that after that, you know what, I can, I gotta, if I want to do better, I gotta move forward. You know what I'm saying? But still, even after that, I proved that point. I still was in that job, but eventually, I still stayed there until they booted me out the next job and all that stuff. They ended up booting me out. Y'all hit them lights for me, man. Try to get me to 5,000 real quick. It's like 80 y'all in here. That's one of them is my backup. But after that, I mean, I got dropped out that job, but eventually I went to the next job. But after that next job, I still never forgot before. You know what I'm saying? I spent like maybe a year and a half. I was a good worker. I was got it super sweet on the high low. That's what all I've been doing all my life. Just forklift, a lot of driving, all that stuff. And I always feel like I was getting played at that job because I'm like, they kept telling me I'm gonna be a leader and all that stuff. They wasn't paying me the right of money I went, and I was just, at that time I knew not to get comfortable. At that time, I wasn't not about to do it at that time. So I realized my worth. You know what I'm saying? And they kept making these promises. But then, you know what I'm saying? That's when, I realized, that's why I said that fear. I overcame that situation and I looked at, I got to start doing what's comfortable with me. And I need to start, if I feel like I'm worth more than what they're paying me, I got to move somewhere else. So I actually, sucked it up. What's the deal? No Saints in the building, AJ. I sucked it up. Then I actually, I ended up quitting that. I let them know, quit that job and went to another job and all that stuff. But, point out that whole story is, you know what I'm saying? It's like we gotta take risks sometimes and stuff. But, if we're making a risk, we gotta be safe with it too. Cause we don't want to you can't be just too risky. You know what I'm saying? Make a risk and you sitting there out in the street and all that stuff when you could have had a backup. You want to at least have some type of backup. And you probably don't want to, burn your bridges or nothing either. So, that's just basically a little example I was meaning about fear and all that stuff, you know. So so we would say, okay, I'm gonna go backwards with that. So with the expectations and stuff, that kind of ties into fear, you know what I'm saying, a little bit. It ties into it a little bit because, so a lot of us instead of expecting the best or, expecting the best, we be expecting the worst out of a lot of situations and stuff. We gotta change our mindset on that situation. And that's like basically with the expectation, I would say like you wanna you don't wanna you wanna make the best out of the situation and keeping in your mind that, if it's gonna work, it's gonna work. And then with expectation, you don't wanna have expectation that's just, too high, that's unreal and all that stuff because you kinda gonna set yourself up for disappointment and stuff and expect some crazy stuff. But I could say that too. I could say on that part too, but I would say on if you do okay, if it is an expectation, like I said, it gotta be that too with the fear and the taking the risk and all that situation, all them three together. You do like if you have an expectation, you gotta have that planned out and stuff. You don't want to just go, raw to a situation, and you don't want your expectation to be unreal to where you want to be like you kind of want to be balanced with that situation too. Like if I do this and um if I do this, I got a slim chance of, it got to be something reasonable or whatever. And, you got to make it, if you got to even set their expectations small first, you just got to build up and all that stuff. And that's kind of what I be doing with my different goals and stuff. Like, cause I know eventually I want to make it to 1 million followers or something like that or whatever, whatever. But, I got to take baby steps. I got to make different goals. Like, all right, I'm going to try to strive and make it 10K. Next minute, 50K. You know what I'm saying? It just taking baby steps and set it to where you don't really try to kind of get disappointed. But if you don't make it there, you know what I'm saying, don't feel bad about the situation if you ain't make it. Just keep on grinding because the worst part is, like I said, is giving up on it, which I mentioned yesterday. Is giving up. But you don't want to never set no unreal expectations and stuff. You don't want to sit there because that's just setting yourself up for failure. That's like, how people do expectations with relationship. I'm expecting something versus, we were just talking about that in another thing, expectations versus boundaries. We was talking about that some days ago and all that stuff. And expectation, that's something that it's something that's in your mind, you know what I'm saying? But a boundary is something that, like, if somebody, and they cross that, you gotta let them go type situation. Expectation, that just usually be some unreal stuff that, or if they do it or not, it really don't exclude them or something like that. I mean, you can have your expectation. That don't mean your expectation is gonna be granted all the time. So, yeah, right, reaching a reachable goal. Yep, most definitely. That's how you want to set it up. You know what I'm saying? Baby steps. You don't want to sit there and overdo your imagination and all that stuff and then sit there and get mad that it don't work and all that stuff. Like, dude, you sat there, you said you wanted a pot of gold and all that stuff, and you can't even afford a penny right now. So, you know what I'm saying? Something like that. It just be, people gotta be real with themselves sometimes, but you ain't gotta really, I ain't saying you gotta sell yourself short and all that stuff, but just know you first. You gotta know you first. You do what you can. You can set a goal as a motivation, but don't set it as this is going to happen. But you can put that as your mentality. But you know what I'm saying? Just say if it's gonna eventually happen. Not saying this gonna happen this year type stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's when you not being real after that. I'm gonna get 1 million this year. You know what I'm saying? You setting yourself up. That'd be crazy. No, you gonna say I'm gonna make it there. You know what I'm saying? Talking to an existence. You don't want to talk it to an unrealistic existence and stuff. But some people it might work on, but that's something I just wouldn't recommend for everybody to sit there and do and stuff because that's just you just hurting yourself. You know what I'm saying? Many conquer many moments and turn it to momentum. Oh yeah, most definitely, most definitely. Yeah. Let me see. I might have missed some. Let me see. Did I miss any comments? Okay. I missed too many. But so now I'm go to limitations and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Man, I was been talking about that lately, man. Most of the time, our limitations is ourself. You know what I'm saying? That our limitations be ourselves, something we set for ourselves. You know what I'm saying? When we tell ourselves we can't do something, then we not gonna do it. You know what I'm saying? When we tell ourselves, I'm not that type of person, then you not gonna be that type of person. When we tell ourselves, um let me see what else. You tell yourself that I got an anger problem, you gonna talk that into it. That's where you limit yourself to. That's what you said. When you tell yourself that I mean, all this stuff you really be talking it to yourself. Then what you do is you talk it. Then you want to prove yourself right and actually do it and all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I told you, I got an attitude. I snap on anybody and all that stuff. And you the one set that up for yourself. So you the one limit yourself to that and act like you can't. You act like you can't fix that or something like that. You act like nah, this is unfixable because this is me and something like that. No, everybody me can be different. If you choose to make your me different, you can be your me can be different. You know what I'm saying? Ain't no such thing as this is me because we can really switch our change our identity. And I ain't talking about the other way. Let me stop for these people come in and stuff. But I'm just saying you could change your identity how you want it. That's one thing I learned in this one book I had read about or this audio track I listened to it, Atomic Habits. That's actually one of the books that kind of changed my life when I listened to it. It made me realize like all this stuff we be trying to blame our ways on our family, our heritage, and all this stuff and all that. And then, we blame, oh, it's in my blood. And, you say that I'm this type of sign and all that stuff. Yeah, I'm about to burn some people with that one. And, all this stuff where we limit and we set ourselves in this little thing. We set ourselves in this thing and we going to live by that after that because that's what we limit ourselves to. Oh, so this said that I'm like this, or my family said I'm like this. So this what I'm going to be. But no. That's you limited yourself. You like literally all of us, every last one of us is the same exact. We can do what we want to do. All of us might have grew up different though, but whatever you set your mind to, that's what you're gonna be at the end of the day. You know what I'm saying? You are your own limit at the end of the day. You tell yourself that all I can do is say we working out. All I can do is bench press 300 pounds or something. That's all you gonna do then. You know what I'm saying? You might not even make it there because you're gonna be struggling at whatever at 150 or half of that. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be the hardest thing in your world. But if you tell yourself, that's what you're gonna tell yourself, then that's all you're gonna do. But if you keep in your mind, like, switch it up, like, more, I'm about to I'm making it to 450 or something like that. It's going to take time. It's just being patient, being patient and, basically live patient. I don't know what else I was about to come with that, though. Just coming through the show, love. What's the deal, Shameless? How you feeling? Happy hump day. One more day for me, though. But, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm meaning about with the limitation. That's like kind of all mixed in the expectation. Like you can make certain expectations, but don't make it unreal. You know what I'm saying? Like if I tell myself that eventually I'm gonna get a 6-pack or something like that, I can't tell myself I'm getting a 6-pack by the end of the year. You know what I'm saying? I can use it as a motivation just to push myself harder or something like that, but you try to just adjust yourself, make it reasonable or make it believable. You want to say that I'm I will get to a 6-pack, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna get there no matter what. You don't even have to put no date at the end, you know what I'm saying? If you want to put a date at a certain end, you push it there. Okay, I'm saying say if you do it or something like that. You could do that to push yourself to see if you're gonna make it. And if you don't make it, you can't be disappointed. Just extend the date. You know what I'm saying? Keep extending the date till you get there. You know what I'm saying? Because no matter what, you might not see it now, but it's gonna get there. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta keep going. You can well, even though everybody's body is different or something like that, because you might say you get a 6-pack, you only get a 4-pack or something like that. But I'm just saying, like, I mean, it is what it is. Your body only can do what it can do, but as long as you putting in that work, you know what I'm saying, it's gonna show. Like that's on anything. Working out, if you want to invest into something like a business, something, as long as you put in that work, it might take time, but it's going to eventually show. Your work is gonna show no matter what. Like that's on anything. Like even if you want to work on your attitude and all that stuff, that's another thing we limit ourselves to and say that which I think I was just talking about with the signs and all this, the signs and blaming our family for our attitudes and all this stuff. But we be telling ourselves that, which I know is hard though, because I used to think that way too. Like, man, ain't no way. I'm the biggest. I'm the what they be saying. They be saying stuff like uh people, you can't mess with me or something like that. I'm the grumpy. I'm the most stubborn or something like that. It'd be weird because people be talking about the stuff that really don't matter. Like, who cares? You know what I'm saying? That's not helping your life. Stubborn. That's where you can't keep a friend. You know what I'm saying? Why you bragging about being stubborn or I've been seeing like I remember back in the time when I used to be on my Facebook page, being seeing people talking about, oh, I got an attitude problem and all that stuff. Like, how do you brag about stuff like that? What? You got an attitude problem, you still single. Somebody need to, and you be like, somebody need to be able to put me in check or something like that. You know what I'm saying? That is not nothing to even brag about. You gonna be saying that for the rest of your years you there. They gonna keep doing the same exact thing. Like what type of, who does that? You know what I'm saying? And then they gonna be 80 years, 50, 60 years old saying the same exact thing, and then don't wonder why they don't wondering why they still single. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, you saying the problem, bragging about it, but you decide not to fix it, but you brag about it and still in the same shoes still in the same shoes you in. Like, what? And that's what I'm meaning about that. That's another part of limitation. You know what I'm saying? You limit. You told yourself that. You know what I'm saying? You telling yourself that's what you is. You can't fix it and all that stuff, so you won't fix it. If you say you can't, you won't. You know what I'm saying? Instead of just in which all that stuff, everything I be talking about majority of the time when I think about that, ego and pride is the main thing that keep us in that box. Our own emotion, that's the main thing that hold us from doing any type of change in our life. Because we tell ourselves that it's just, if somebody tell us that we eating unhealthy or something like that, you can't tell me I'm eating unhealthy, but you clear as day sitting there, but you gotta go to the hospital every second and all that stuff, and you know what I'm saying? But it be our ego that be messing us. Like that's why I mess with Kendrick Lamar, because he was talking about that pride to get you unalived or something like that. Because pride is one of our biggest, like, the main thing that's stopping us from growth on a lot of stuff. Pride, it can help on some stuff, but it stops. It can work both ways. You know what I'm saying? But most of the time, it's the main thing that keeps us down. It helps other people, but it keep majority of us down, because, like I said, I think it's even meant for that, because a lot of times, like I was saying, that it's some people that's just built to be a business owner. Some people built to be a lot of them is built to be workers. You know what I'm saying? And that ego, a lot of that stuff is what's keeping us to being a worker. That's what's keeping the worker. And you can tell it's just some people it's just not meant. You know what I'm saying? It's meant for them to be them. You know what I'm saying? But some people eventually, they you know what I'm saying, whatever meant from is meant though. Like, even the stuff, like the stuff I'm saying, the stuff people gonna either listen to it or not, because it's only for people that's actually looking to make some type of change in their life or some type of growth in their life. That's the only people that are really be attracted for real, because they really trying to work on something. Even if it ain't on everything I talk about, they trying to work on something. They could take out, and that's why I do what every other creator or platformer or something like that. Same thing I would say people do to me, because they might not like everything I say and stuff, but you know what I'm saying? You want to just take out take out what you can out of it, which they mean, what they say, eat the meat and spit out the bone. You know what I'm saying? Take what you can out of it that can help you. And then, you know what I'm saying? And then, you don't need the rest of what don't apply to you. You only gotta listen to stuff that you need work on. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, my main thing is, if people don't like, scared of taking accountability, they scared of emotional control and all that stuff, which is the two main things I preach on, which I feel like that's the biggest thing that can help this world out. And unity, if they scared of all them three things or whatever, this is not the life for them. You know what I'm saying? This ain't for them, because all the stuff I'm speaking on, and which I truly believe is what's gonna help us grow. You know what I'm saying? Because I took time to at first I took time to work on my stuff, study myself or whatever. And I realized the problems that was within myself. I realized problem that's within my family, my friends, people around this world. I look at all this stuff, you know what I'm saying? And I try to look at, like, the common things that been going on, the reason why a lot of people are certain ways and all that stuff. And, I try to, try to point it out and try to basically figure out the solution of what's the common thing on here, so that need to be taken away, or that need to be worked on, or something like that. But them three things, man, that junk, like, even like the word accountability itself, emotional control, all that stuff. Because a lot of people nowadays, they fixed on expressing your emotion, which a lot of people, they need that though, because a lot of people got mental things that's going on. They have to express that. So, but I feel like emotional control is like the biggest thing for this whole entire world that we really need. Even if you got to express it, but we still need some type of control. And I realized that's the difference between a an adult, and that's why I thought about it. I was with my other cousin. We was used to be talking a lot and stuff at my job and stuff. And I thought about, I was like, what makes an adult really an adult and stuff? And I'm like, it can't be the age, you know what I'm saying? It can't be, everybody say you smart or something like that. And I'm like, no, I realized that what makes a adult an adult is maturity. That's what it is, maturity level. How you handle your emotions, which is one of the things. It's like, because like you think about it, as a kid, we try to teach them how to control their emotions and stuff. They gotta teach them. You gotta teach them that you can't be spoiled all the time. You can't cry about everything. You can't be, sometimes you gotta put in work to do this. You can't do what you want to do all the time and all that stuff. You know, but that's what makes us an adult, and what makes an adult, because it's adults that don't know nothing about emotional control or nothing like that. They, you know what I'm saying? They like big kids now, big kids with responsibilities now. That I'm like, dude, so something is not right. Something ain't hitting home on this situation. I'm like, so because your age and responsibility shouldn't. That makes you grown. You know what I'm saying? It's little kids that's doing. It's teenagers that's doing the same thing as these adults. So I'm like, it can't be responsibilities and all that stuff, or you because you have a kid, because it's kids that got kids now and all that stuff. So I'm like, that can't make them an adult. Then, like I said, I realize it got to be maturity level. How you handle certain situations. How you know say if you in a argument, how you handle your arguments. If you handle it in a petty way or something like that, that's childish. It's the reason why they say childish. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why they say that. Because it's kid like, and it's some people that brag about that stuff, but that's what kids do. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I'm gonna get you back. You know what I'm saying? They go back and forth. No, back that little stuff. That's kid stuff. You know what I'm saying? And it's adults that's still doing it. So, like I said, that's what made me realize that that's what it is. How you handle your situation, you know what I'm saying? That's why they be like, handle it like an adult. Or they say, handle it like a man, handle it like a woman and all that stuff. All this baby and stuff and always trying to express every last time, you know what I'm saying? Express your emotions and stuff. Like I said, every now and then is healthy because express your emotions healthy or whatever for, people that, that's going through a lot of stuff. I understand. But it got to be a point in time where you got to handle it like an adult too. You know what I'm saying? You gotta handle it like an adult. Yeah, fortunately, you don't have to be mature to be an adult. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? It's not law. Law. As soon as you're 18, you're an adult. That's what that's considered nowadays. That's too funny. Law makes you an adult nowadays. But you know what I'm saying? It's more like I said. At the end of the day, it's in the mind. It's all how you control your situations. I remember I used to have this little petty which I still feel like it's funny, but I'm not gonna be like that because I learned how to start watching red flags and all that stuff. Because I told myself, I was like, yeah, the next chick I get with, I said, I'm gonna just start an argument with them, and depending on how she handled that argument, I can tell if she's she grown or not. But I'm not gonna do that. I was just thinking about. I had to think about it later. I'm like, I ain't got to go through all that. But it is funny though. Like it's kind of real facts though. Like depending on how a person handles their argument, that's how you know how far you're gonna make it into your relationship. That's like a one good little green or red flag you're gonna figure out of that. You know what I'm saying? Depending on how y'all handle each other during y'all good times and bad, or good times, well, mainly bad times. How y'all handle yourselves then? If y'all playing the blame game, getting mad at each other, or y'all gonna take a time and breather and figure out a solution to whatever the problem is ahead. You know what I'm saying? That's an adult. You know what I'm saying? Not no, you supposed to do this and this what you do. This your role and all. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff or whatever. You not about to. That's little kid stuff. You know what I'm saying? You supposed to be a man. Okay. And as soon as you hit them, you supposed to be a woman. Oh my gosh, how dare you? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? That's immature stuff that be right there. You know what I'm saying? But how did I even? So yeah. But basically, like I said, it's all my limitation and stuff. Well, it be ourselves the most of the time that limit us. It don't even be the people outside of us. So it might be sometimes we get limited depending on the environment we are in. But depending on the environment but as long as we are healthy and active, or you know what I'm saying, as long as we even, you know, even though we could do what we get, it might be harder to get to where others is at, but we can still get there. You know what I'm saying? It might take longer. You might have to put in more work and all that stuff, but nothing most of the time is not impossible. You know what I'm saying? Because we can't, it's not like, you know, as many goals we want to have, it's not like we're going to be able to get to the top of the top. All of us probably want to be the richest of them all or something like that, but you know what I'm saying, it's just working towards it. That's another unreal expectation again. You know, it's possible maybe with some, but everybody want to be the richest, but they don't want to put in that work to be the richest though. And that's the reason why people is where they at now. You know what I'm saying? So that's why it's like a lot of times it just be all talk, no action, because a lot of us is built that way to be just all talk. You know, I was even getting on people that be like, "Oh, I got to work on this." And I made a post about that. I gotta work on this. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna eventually do this. But they've been saying that for like 15 years. You know what I'm saying? I gotta work on that. You know what I'm saying? That's just, you know, that's all talk. You know what I'm saying? When is you gonna actually just put in that work and do it? You know what I'm saying? When you gonna actually do it? Because you just said this since, you know, you've been saying this since 5 years ago. And then you saying it 10 years. You've been saying this. You've been saying the exact same thing. From this point, you just running your mouth. You know, like if you were really gonna work or something, you would have. What's stopping you now from working on it? What's stopping you now from making an excuse that, oh, they made me act this way or something like that? Ain't no way somebody should make you do anything. And that's another thing I learned in my growth is like, and that's why I take accountability so strict now and stuff. Even though that junk be hurting so bad, I started trying to take that out my, you know, out my vocal. They made me be this way. They made me act this way. You know what I'm saying? I do believe it's such thing as provoking and all that stuff. But then I say it takes the bigger person to actually not let another person control your emotions, because your emotions is for you at the end of the day. It's for you. You can't say that, oh, this person made me do that, but you still, whatever. If you weak, you weak. You know what I'm saying? You weak, you let somebody take over your stuff, then you weak. You know what I'm saying? But you gotta at least be aware of it. You know what I'm saying? Some people be bragging about, I got a short fuse or something like that. How's that something to brag about? I got a short fuse. I'm ready to snap at anything. You know what I'm saying? Like, how you sweet? You sweet? You sweet about that? You know what I'm saying? You ready to snap at anything, but you still can't go to sleep at night. You know what I'm saying? Because you still mad. That's your biggest thing you can brag about. Is that I can snap on anything at any time and I dare somebody talk to me wrong and all that stuff. Oh my, you just so big and tough. You know what I'm saying? You so big and tough. That's cool. You know, that's cool. What is that doing for your life? That just be crazy. People brag about the craziest stuff, and that's that same, like I said, that's that childish mentality. Like I'm literally telling you that it's really big teenagers, like grown teenagers nowadays. Like you could just tell the way they talk. They just teenagers. They teenagers in a grown person body. You know what I'm saying? They make excuse for everything. They don't know how to take accountability for anything or responsible for, they don't responsibility, none of that stuff. They got responsibilities but don't know how to take accountability. But that's gonna be crazy, man. It's a bunch of adults throwing toddler tantrums on here. I watched in thankfulness and gratitude, most definitely. It made me remind me of this little live I went to before, like, oh, they making me so mad. And I was just one, man, it was just too funny, though. I'm like, dude, you really throwing a tantrum on this app? Like, you think anybody in here care? You think anybody in here really care about this? They making you mad, and while they laughing on the other end of this screen, they're laughing at you while you is mad to the top. You know what I'm saying? You mad for what? Like that joke is crazy. You let this app make you mad. You let this app make you more unhealthier than you. You know what I'm saying? Never. You know what I'm saying? I would delete this stuff. I would delete this app before this thing make me any of a worse of a person, because it's obvious this is not good enough for me. You know what I'm saying? I can't let, you know what I'm saying? I'll use this app for, good energy and all that stuff. I know a lot of good energy is not going to always come to me being on here, but I'm not, I can't let this make me a worse person than I was. I can't let this I can't let this app make me a worse person than I already started off on here. That's wild. That's wild to me. I can't. But it's a lot of people that do that. A lot of people be cry on here about what other people saying on here. When we imagine, like, say if you never had this app, you wouldn't even know these people is doing this stuff on here. So why we even worried about what other people do? Because we can't be a police officer and stop every last person that's on this app that's talking crazy. You know what I'm saying? We can't. So what's the point of complaining? How about we start some new stuff on our stuff? You know what I'm saying? How about we start some new stuff on our? If we can't control somebody else's platform, how about we? Because us complaining about it is not gonna shut them down. They probably got it. Even if they get reported enough, it's not doing good enough to keep them down or something like that. So it's no point of complaining about somebody else's stuff when it's millions and millions of people probably doing the exact same thing or worse. You know what I'm saying? So I never understood, like, why get mad, get stressed over people on this app. You know what I'm saying? If you was to go on this app and go to every, like, you sitting here scrolling and you want to get mad at every last person you see and something like that, like, what are you doing to yourself? What is you doing? You know what I'm saying? You're doing this to yourself. You have an option to get up out of this. You got an option to either get out that room. You got an option to block people. You got an option, I'm saying, to adjust what you got an option to, like I said, swipe and all that stuff. You got an option to make your own live and do your own thing and have control over that stuff. And if all this fails, if this app is too much for you, you have an option to delete it. You know what I'm saying? And live real life. Because no matter what, you sit here, say you get mad, get blocked off this stuff, them people still gonna be doing what they doing anyways. And you did nothing. You threw this cape on and think you could save this app or save these people that's speaking this rhetoric or whatever they be talking about and all that stuff. You think that you gonna be able to stop all them. You know what I'm saying? And you sitting there off the app now, you know what I'm saying? It's not happening. You know what I'm saying? As much as you complain about another person or what they doing or their type of way of, or they're certain of what this little new word, that rhetoric stuff, I never heard it before until, whatever, this rhetoric or all this stuff, or people that be crying on here and all this stuff. You saying all this stuff, but them people is not worried about you. They're still doing what they're doing while you mad about it. And what else? What you do? You did all that for nothing. You got your blood pressure high. Now you got to take pills and all this stuff. You got to take these blood pressure pills and all this stuff over an app. Like, that is crazy. I don't even want to laugh, but it's just sad though. Like, dude, when I tell people that it's just a app, chill. Even if you get mad at me, you don't have to talk to me. You know what I'm saying? You don't even have to respond. If you do that mad at me, you can block me. All this stuff, you know what I'm saying? If what I'm saying is hurt your feelings, you know what I'm saying? You can always just go. I'm not everybody's cup of tea, you know what I'm saying? Everybody is not everybody's cup of tea, you know what I'm saying? So as much as we say we want to save everybody and stuff, so if you realize that majority of the time when I step in, or you seen a couple times I probably felt a certain way because I felt like certain people I wanted to take up for and all that stuff. The only time I stepped up on certain situations was the people that I connected with. It was either that it was done to the people I connected with on this app, and I was cool with them or something like that, or it was the people I was cool with, and I see and it affected me a little bit because I'm like I mess with you, but then you sitting here, you doing some, not gonna say it's dangerous, but you doing some, when I know I'm working on solutions and you trying to find some more ways to separate, and that's when I feel like thought we was on the same mission. So I ain't gonna lie, be a little hurt, and I will address it like, dang, why you acting like that? The dude didn't mean it. She didn't mean that or something. Like, I defend both sides, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, dude, why are you acting like that? Cause like, If I seen, I would have had, I would have checked it like, dog, something up. But I read deep into certain people, and I know a lot of us don't, a lot of people don't have bad intentions, but a lot of people is quick to, if something said wrong a little bit, then that's the people that I be trying to watch out for, and I don't really like, you know what I'm saying? They quick to hurt and put that label on somebody where they don't really understand a person. That's what's dangerous around here. That's what's a dangerous rhetoric or whatever they be want to say. That is dangerous. You know what I'm saying? Because You messing somebody else's whole life up or somebody's whole image up because you took out a piece of what they said and labeled them that whole entire person because of a misunderstanding. And then most of the time they don't even want to hear it out because their feelings got hurt off of a misunderstanding. So they want to make it seem like that's the whole entire character. But people, like I said, people never think about what if that person did that to me? And what if I go in every room and they looking at me that I'm this type of person? Like you wouldn't want the same treatment you do to everybody else. You would not want this done to you. And then you will want another Kevin or something like that come up there and defend you like, no, she not that type. He not this type or something like that. Like I said, I always look at stuff as in other people's shoes. I put myself in other people's shoes because, like I said, we are all human. We all make mistakes. We all sometimes we might need to be get forgiven a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes you can tell when some people doing stuff intentionally. You can sometimes tell when they're doing it by mistake and they just ain't got all the way correction with it. You know what I'm saying? So like I said, we have to stop doing that labeling stuff. Like hurry up and soon as somebody make a mistake, you want to call them out their name and call them, you're a gaslighter or you're a you're a messiah, all that the crazy words and all that stuff because you got your feelings hurt or whatever. You heard something that was wrong out their mouth for one quick second or like that, or you not liking what they saying, but you want to hurry up and label them when their intention was never like that. Wrong out their mouth for one quick second or like that, or you not liking what they saying, but you want to hurry up and label them when their intention was never like that. Like that, or you not liking what they saying, but you want to hurry up and label them when their intention was never like that. That, 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 that. How did my stuff just what the heck? It just the internet just went out and out. I'm back, y'all. I'm back. I don't know what just happened. I think I'm back. I don't know what just happened. That was weird. Let me see something real quick. Cause I'm back. Let me check. I gotta go on my page and see real quick. Oh yeah, I'm back. Okay, I'm back. Yo. Oh yeah, I'm back. Dang, that was a super delay. Oh man. That was a super delay. I don't know what just happened. Alright, I guess that just gave me a timeout. I was just talking for a minute. I don't know what happened. The connection just restarted. I mean, bring you up. I see you all. Hey, I see. Okay.
You weren't talking, you were just preaching.
Oh yeah, man. I say I'm trying to make them adjustments this year, man. I gotta start. I'm gonna put like I'm gonna put certain topics up and stuff. Then I'm gonna speak on it or whatever. And then I'll probably just
Mhm.
start letting people in the box or whatever. Or it just depends on how I go and stuff. Because I need like if people going past my page and stuff, I need people to actually hear my way of thinking and all that stuff. Because it's a lot when you hear a lot of people talking and stuff, whatever, and everybody got their own point of view. Even though a lot of people be on the same page, but by me being the host, I want to let people know what I'm about, and I ain't got to just sit there in the background and I'm acting like I don't know what I'm talking about or I don't know you know what I'm saying. So
Well, you were in
I
the
gotta,
live that I was in last, and I was like, okay, we was kind of
yeah,
going back and forth, and I was like, okay, like
yeah,
we
yep.
handled it. We
How
handled
y'all
it. Like,
doing? How y'all doing? Just
Yeah.
speaking. I
hey,
ain't trying to cut
hey,
nobody
What's
off.
the deal, man? What's the deal? Welcome to
no,
the
you ain't
live,
cutting
Just
man.
nobody off.
So you got the bun out again. Okay, Miss Lovely got the bun out and
Uh,
stuff.
no,
She ain't.
their hair ain't down. Their hair will be down tomorrow.
She said she ain't scared to be camera shy, man. When you gonna go? You ain't gonna do the live yet still? You say
No,
you gonna wait?
no, I'm building up my material. Let's just say
Okay,
that.
I got you. I got you. What's the deal,
yeah, have
Travis,
your
man? How you
material.
feeling?
Oh man,
Hey,
I'm good.
Travis.
You dig? I'm good. I'm good.
Uh, That's good,
I ain't
man.
tripping.
Oh
I'm just
yeah,
out here
man.
breezing. I'm just out here breezing everything. That's all. Just breezing. You know how I do it.
Breezing and breathing.
I come
I
through.
like him about to
I come
say.
through. I just come through. I dip through. Then I dip out. That's what I do.
He
You
says,
know what I'm saying?
"How you feel about the topic, man? What you got? What you got? Anything on that, man? Any of the three, man?
Because
What
actually,
come to your
because
mind?"
was actually I just fell in and I was asking what was the topic. You know what I'm saying?
Mm,
That's what I was asking. What was the topic? You dig?
them three things on top of my head, right there. Three
Well,
juicy,
I really
juicy
it just
words.
say accountable,
It's right below
don't
it.
disagree. Oh,
No,
limitations, expect
limitations, expectations, and
expectations and
fear.
fear. All right.
Hmm.
All
What
right.
come to your
Now,
mind?
limitations. Our limitations, we're limited because of our fears, first of all. You know what I'm
I
saying?
like that one.
And the problem is our expectations. We don't have the expectations. Our expectations are low because we don't know everything. Put it like this here. We don't know what really is for us. Therefore, we
Mhm.
can't have the correct expectation out the
Oh,
gate.
okay.
You feel me?
I feel you on that. That
Fear.
makes sense.
When it comes down to fear, because of the fact that we lack the knowledge, you know what I'm saying? Our fear is that unknown because whenever we come up with something and we be like, yo, is this what it is? And they be like, nah, or they tell us that shit in a forceful manner because we feel it, because we can't back it up, because we don't really understand how to back it up. We can't challenge it. We can't challenge them. So therefore now we left to stand mute. That's where the fear factor come in at on that.
Mm-hmm.
Outside of all everything now, I just look at it like this here. If we have the knowledge, if we put it like this here, we have the knowledge. The knowledge is out here. The problem is people don't take the time to go and research the knowledge that they're hearing so they can have support on it. Therefore, they can stand on it. You hear
Mm-hmm.
shit. I'm gonna give you an example. Long as I've been out here, I've been telling people, yo, stop dealing with the UCC. All you got to do is go in the courtroom and stand on astrology. People be like, astrology? You know what I'm saying? And be like, how in the hell, how you do that? Well, you're not used to nobody even dealing with that. Nobody even talked about astrology. And the thing is, as far as most of us people on here, astrology, we look at astrology to be novelty based on how when we came up. All we remember is when we talk about astrology, all we think about is Miss Cleo coming now. And that was novelty. So we're like, yeah, that's some bullshit. We don't fuck with that like that. Do you dig? Fuck it. Jesus is the light. Bing, done. But the thing is, in all honesty, astrology is the way because whenever we got a court date, our head shaking like, oh shit, I gotta come to this place. When you walk in front of that place, what's the first thing you see before you walk in the building? You see a whole scale up there. That's the scales of Libra. That's astrology right there. All courtrooms is based
Mm.
on their foundation is on the scales of astrology, on the scales of Libra. So
Wow.
if it's on the scales of Libra, obviously astrology is what supersedes everything in that courtroom. Everything.
Is that where time was created?
Was when man never wasn't. All we have is
Time,
cycles and seasons. All we got is cycles and seasons. Because remember,
seasons, seasons.
whenever we deal with time, we're on a countdown. Talking about time, that is something that we're going to run out of. So anytime you're talking about time and you're dealing with time and understanding time instead of dealing with cycles and seasons, because anytime you deal with astrology, astrology only deals with cycles and seasons. It don't deal with time. But when you deal with that Gregorian calendar, now you're dealing with time, the countdown.
Hmm.
And guess what? Time is running out.
I
So
feel you on
what
that.
is it? What is astrology based on? Like, is astrology based on God? Is it based on a creation? Like, where does astrology come from?
You started with God. I'm gonna put it to you like this. All right. All right.
Thank you.
All right, check it out. When Jesus was around, Jesus, according to the Bible, he said that he came to teach his father's works, correct?
Hmm.
Allah is the father of the universe. So when Jesus came down, Jesus was us, just us. So the thing was, Jesus was never a Christian, right? So therefore, if Allah is the father of the universe, arm, leg, arm, head, us, we're the father of the universe, then his works was astrology. Jesus came to teach the people astrology. They just rejected the astrology and wanted to deal with the false idol worship, and his own people condemned him based on that because of the idol idealisms that was going on at that time. That's all it was. Simple.
So, what is the comparison of the ideologies that was in Jesus's time compared to the ideologies that we have here? I
Because
don't know if you're
because
from America,
if you
but
take right,
from
even in
America
America,
today,
even in
like
America,
America
if you go and
today.
look at if you go look at the King James version of the Bible, if you go look at the original Bible, if you go look at the Torah, if you go look at
Oh,
everybody's book of
yeah,
sacred,
believe
hold
me.
on, hear me out. I'm not saying that
I
you
read
didn't.
them. I read them all.
All right, cool beans. If you read them all, if you go and you go back and look at them
The
again, I
Torah, the
guarantee you, I
Quran,
get
the
right.
Bible,
All of those
Buddhism, all that.
books are based on astrology, all of them.
Right.
So if
Because
that's the case, then
they're
astrology,
based
that means
on,
astrology
if
would be
you
the
think of it,
foundation.
astrology is based on nature, right? So if we go
Oh,
back,
nature's
if we go
law,
back to nature,
universal
so hold
law.
on. If we go back to it's law, but if we go back to ourself, is ourself based
Yes,
on nature?
exactly. Yes. Think about it. If you govern yourself according to the 12 signs of the zodiac, wouldn't that make you autonomous and autonomous to the land? Natural, nature's law. You follow
Right,
nature's law according to nature.
right.
Autonomous and autonomous to the land.
So I got
Period.
a big question though.
That's why
I
I
got
was
a big question
asking
about that.
it.
About the
Because I'm with
yeah,
you.
you
I'm
already
with
know
you, Travis.
how
I'm totally with you. I'm totally with you.
I got a big question about the astrology stuff. So okay, astrology you said it back in. So astrology is it the same way as they're trying to do it? How they okay the same meanings or the horoscopes that's behind how they say it now? They use it today.
Thing is,
Is it the same?
okay, it is the same. However, what they're doing is they're giving you a portion of it. And by you only having one portion and you're not putting the whole formula together, that's what causes distortion. You know what I'm saying? Think about this here.
Yeah.
You got
So I'm
out
saying
here.
like is
Hold on, wait. Let me get you to get an understanding, then ask the question, G. Check it out. Now, for us out here, right? We saying that, hey, look, I'm me, I'm this, that, and third, right? So when you see us out here, what we do is we tell people, hey, I'm I'm a Gemini, I'm from I'm from Texas, and I'm 37 years old, right? Well, you just demonstrated to the whole world that you do not know your astrology. However, you are familiar with it, right? Because the thing is, whenever you speak on your astrology, you never just supposed to speak on your sun sign because your sun sign is not the only thing. Because remember, you have uh you have energy has a positive and a negative, or masculine and feminine, right? So the thing is, when you speaking on your astrology, you're supposed to speak on your sun sign, your moon sign, and how you project both of them. That's your rising sign. So when you speak on astrology, if you ain't speaking on all three, you just prove to the world that you're delusional, that you don't have full competency. That's what it is. That is what give these people fiduciary duties over your estate. That's all.
So
That's all it
is
is. It's
that the
that
same
simple.
thing that people do when they speak on the Bible and they're not doing what they should be doing? They're like,
Exactly. Exactly. Because think
exactly.
about this. Everything they got going on is still based around astrology. Everything is based around astrology. Christmas,
Right.
The whole
Well,
system with Christmas and New Year's is all
well,
based around
mm,
the sun being at its lowest point, getting ready to go to its highest point. Now, the other end of that would be the 4th of July. Because the 4th of July, the sun is at its highest point, getting ready to go to its lowest point. You know what I'm saying?
so
Think
it's
about it. Capricorn,
understanding
hold on,
the
hear me out.
orbits.
Hold on. Wait, let me clear it up because see that you're going deeper with the orbits and stuff. See, now we're going outside, we're going further than what we need to be at with it. Here's the deal. You know what I'm saying? New Year's. New Year's is in Capricorn. Opposition to Capricorn is Cancer. Ain't 4th of July in Cancer? North Pole, South Pole, right there. Already in there. Easter. Easter ain't nothing but the holiday. It's nothing but a holiday. That is just nothing but the first new moon after spring. That's all on astrology. Only thing they did was they took the Egyptian god and they changed the names and put it with the Greek god to change it over to their capacity to be Roman. That's all it was. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. We got September, October, November, December. You know what I'm saying? September, that's the seventh sign of the zodiac. October, that's the eighth sign of the zodiac. November is the ninth sign of the zodiac. December is the 10th sign of the zodiac. That's all it is.
So are you saying that the narrative, the idea of God changed from the zodiacs and the horoscopes all the way to the Bible in America? Did it
Yes,
change?
yes. It's the narrative that changed. Exactly. Because like you said, God, that's who changed it. God stands for Governmental Ordnance Department.
Mm-hmm.
That's it. It's that simple. God became a noun in 1789. Before then, it was a verb.
Okay, so being with all this knowledge that you have of horoscopes and of God, because I believe too, um, what does that make you?
What you mean?
Your
But it
stuff
went.
muted.
Yeah,
Your stuff
yeah,
muted. Love me.
yeah. You muted. Yeah,
Oh,
unmute
I'm
this. There
sorry.
you go.
With the with the horoscopes that you have, with the knowledge that you have, what do you do? What do you do with everything that you've been giving, everything that you've been provided? Like, what do you
I'm
do?
saying.
What do
Okay,
you
what
do
I
with
do,
everything?
what I do is my
Mm.
job now. My job at this stage, my job is to uplift fallen humanity in accordance with the 12 signs of the zodiac. That's it. Teach people the 12 signs of the zodiac for to do things. Because back in the day, okay, let's see. Because the thing is, I want to start, but the thing is, there's so many places to start from. So the thing is, we got everybody who leaders in nations, right? All of these leaders, they all study the 12 signs of the zodiac. And here's how I say that. Even on the Christian end, they study that because that's where masonry come in at. You know what I'm saying? It's Masons. Masons is nothing but studying a study of the 12 signs of the zodiac. That's all it is. You know what I'm saying? It's just done in the patriarchal sense. To where what they do is they flip it over into Christianity. That is why they deal with masonry in secrecy. You know what I'm saying? However, prior to that, in the Ottoman Empire, before the Roman Empire came, astrology, masonry, that was a culture for us. So that we just to walk up the street and be like, "Hey, how you doing?" "Oh, brother, I'm perpendicular." That was everyday conversation for us. You know what I'm saying? Now, according to how they done changed everything, you know what I'm saying, in accordance with the religion, you know what I'm saying, in between 1854 and 1863, you know what I'm saying? What we do now, "Hey, how you doing?" "Oh, man, glad to be alive. Jesus woke me up." You know what I'm saying? We just changed the diaspora to where now we following you know what I'm saying, dead idol worship. You feel me? Big difference. You know what I'm saying? That's the whole thing with culture. You know what I'm saying? It's the culture. The thing is, we left out of our culture. Once we go back into our culture of astrology, now we get everything back online. Because if we follow astrology, we follow our natal astrology to understand ourselves and use that natal astrology and understand mundane astrology to deal with the world. Yeah, everything right there in front of your face. Could think about it. How many people out here who celebrated New Year's, went out and partied and stuff, but at the same time, do you realize well, not the day before, on the 29th of December, do you know that Mercury went into a retrograde? So that means all communications was distorted, then that's just the way it is. You know what I'm saying? But nobody paid attention to that. So the thing is, by not following the astrology, yeah, everything about to be distorted. So whatever goes on, because then during that time, the New Year's and Christmas, do y'all know all the state statutes? All states, they statutes, all the statutes change and how they dealing with people and how they dealing with the money. Nobody worrying about that because they were busy partying. You know what I'm saying? This is what it is.
Hmm.
That
So
we got
you
to get in line with.
So
I got.
are there limitations or expectations and fear based upon your astrology? Like
Here's the deal.
when
The
you
thing
look at
is, you
astrology, like if you read your horoscope every day, like are you limited or are you like in
here's the
fear of
deal.
what that is?
See. All right. Once again, see, listen to what you're saying. You're saying read the horoscope. But the thing is, I don't need to read the horoscope. Thing is, I need to go and read my natal chart because my horoscope only telling me what's going on in the mundane. I need to go and read my natal chart because the natal chart deals with me personal. That's my interpersonal. So the thing is, you got to learn thyself. Because remember, in the Bible, it says that we had to know who we are. You know what I'm saying? It said the kingdom
So
of God, the kingdom of heaven was within us. So the thing is, if you learned your astrology, now you learn the kingdom because heaven is the mind. Because remember,
So do
heaven is
you
perfect, just like the mind is perfect.
so do you learn things out like from other people
Of
outside
course I
of
do.
your own astrology? Like
Of
how do
course I
you
do.
understand other people?
Ew. I mean, I listen based on their astrology. If I could tell that you don't really follow your astrology, I understand how you operate in the shadows and not in the light.
So you base it on their astrology?
Yeah.
yeah. So all right. I got. Let me ask. I got a bunch of questions, man. I sat here and listened. So you said so you got to follow the NATO set chart or something like that.
Right. Your natal chart that deals
All
with your
right. So
interpersonal.
so that's something you have to look up, right, or in a book or something like that.
Your natal chart.
Say it again.
Go look up your natal chart. Find out what's going on, and you go through it in the ephemeris, and
Okay.
it show you
So
your natal chart.
okay. So you said if you look in the NATO chart, when you look it up, you're gonna be able to figure yourself out.
And
Stop
what
it.
you got to understand astrology, so you got to understand all the signs, houses, planets, and
Mm-hmm.
aspects. Once you learn those for that those basics, when you see it, now you have an understanding. It tells you what's going on. And the thing is, when you learn those, and
Yeah,
when
it's
you see
natal.
it, you will agree.
Natal, like
Yeah,
Hobo
you
said.
will. Yeah, you will, because it's
Yeah.
gonna show you. It show you, and you'll look at your chart, and you'll be like, "Wow, I did not.
That was like the
Dang."
original that came before the Bible. That was
You,
what was
she's saying,
created like the yeah, it
and it
was
All
seems
right.
like you
Well,
believe
that
before.
you believe
wasn't
what
any of my
Europeans say.
questions though. I'm trying to just figure something out. Uh, so once you look, you say once you look at the natal chart, all right, you'll be able to figure yourself out more. So all right. So you said all right, you know different people by their natal sign or something like that. Their sign, right? Or their astrology,
Generally
right?
speaking, yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So is it okay? Is the natal signs or the astrology is it set up the same way they currently got it now? As in, like basically, say they say, oh, if you're born a certain time of the year or something like that, you are considered this sign, or if you're born at this time of the year, you're this sign or whatever, right?
Because you're right. Because the horror the zodiac don't change. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
March
Okay.
21st is gonna be the first degree of
So depending
Aries.
on where you born on, that's what makes your character.
Because
Well,
the
that's
thing is,
what
understanding
describes
Hold on,
astrology
your
deals
let
with
me just I just
astrology
trying to
deals
one
with
on one him
human
real quick.
character.
I just
Right?
want to
Yeah,
see
you
something
got it.
real quick. I'm trying to figure
You
this
got it.
out because I'm trying to
Hmm.
understand what how this stuff go though. Because I just got big question on horoscopes and all that stuff. Because you said basically even with the chart and all that stuff, once you look in the chart, that make you figure out your character or something like that. So okay, I'm curious. I'm trying to see something real quick.
I'm curious too.
Um, so you said you know people about that stuff. So all right, what do they say about Virgos?
You're Earth sign. Virgos, Earth signs. Yeah, they're pretty stubborn. um, Virgo deals with public affairs because it's the second Earth sign. So the second Earth sign is gonna deal with public. You know what I'm saying? Because the first Earth sign deal with um you and what's going on in your house. You know what I'm saying? In fact, so let's see. Also, too, Virgo. Um, Virgo deals when let's see. Virgo is the second. second earth sign, and the planetary energy of Virgo is Venus.
So when do your experiences that you have like with other people come into play, and how does that affect your sign?
Okay, now when I deal with other people, right? So when I interact with people and I just see how they come off, right? So what I do when they come off, if I feel that they come in at me and it's in I don't want to say negative, but it's they're in the defense. I look at it as though it's in the shadow. So now what I do is I peep out the energy that they send in that shadow. And so if let's say if they putting out a lot of ego, and it's just an example, if they're putting out a lot of ego and they're not really operating in an adult capacity, so I'm gonna say that the shadow would be in Libra. I mean, in Leo. Therefore, that means their sun sign will be Aquarius.
So, all
That's what's
right. So you,
opposition. That's the
what's the
opposition.
do every sign got a special let me see, attitude, not attitude, a certain
Like
trait about them,
characteristic?
characteristic trait. Do every sign got something, a special one that basically they own only? You know what I'm saying? So you said that. All right. So you said
It's
Virgos.
got a
There,
ton of
there's
things. Yeah, it's got a ton of things that deal
okay.
with their sign.
So
You know
you
what I'm saying?
said
Because the
that.
thing is, with the sign, hold on, so you can understand. I'm trying to give you the full understanding. Just like they have everything, when you look at the sun sign, there is a positive side. They got positive characteristics, and they have negative characteristics.
That's a
You
yin
feel me?
yang. That's a yin
Right, yin
yang.
and yang, right, the yin and the yang, right. So the
Don't
thing
all
is, you have to
humans got that?
understand, yes, everybody,
Yeah, that's like good
everybody.
and evil, love and hate,
All right.
all
Hmm.
all
Yeah,
of all of what's within you. So every sign has all of that within them, right?
Can every sign be stubborn?
stubborn. If you're stubborn, when you're stubborn, that shows that you not really understanding your astrology. Because if you read your astrology, you understand that you have those stubborn traits. Now you know how to regulate yourself to be like, you know what? I'm just being stubborn right now. Let me govern myself, and I'm gonna take it down to two, and I'm not gonna be stubborn. Let me hear on the other side. That is when you are governing yourself in accordance.
So do you ever go,
No, I'm
can you
saying
ever go against your sign? Like, can you ever like be against your characteristics that even though I'm a
Definitely.
Capricorn,
Put it like,
can I ever be against what my traits are?
yeah, yes, you can actually operate in the shadows of Cancer. And when you operate in the shadows of Cancer, yo, it show.
Okay. Okay. So are you
you know
saying
why?
that go ahead.
No, I was saying you know why I'm asking all these questions because I think I had a while ago I figured out how horoscopes work. I think in my early 20s or something like that. I
I figured
realized
that
that
a long time ago.
I realized I had a lot of characteristics that they said was specific for certain signs, and I realized I'm like, hold up, a
All
lot of this
12
stuff, and
signs.
I understand why I understand why they believe, or they say these different signs apply to certain people and all that stuff. Because I realized that some of that stuff, I realized if I was born in this other thing, I probably would take on these characteristics and stuff. Because I'm like, if I see that I read up on it, that's what I'm gonna try to be. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because I literally before you came in here, I was telling people that you choose your identity at the end of the day, and we only limit ourselves. So if we gonna tell ourselves that we gonna be this type of sign or something like that, that's what we gonna end up being. You know what I'm saying?
All right
So
now,
you
because
saying that
I'm
you
with that. I'm with that because now understand this. Why you now? I want you to continue what you're saying, but understand this portion. In astrology, astrology only impels; it does not compel.
you
It
said the impact.
impels. It don't
So
compel.
If it impels, it doesn't compel. So you're saying it's not affected by outside sources?
Nobody was affected by anything. I said it. Okay, if your astrology tell you to walk across the street, you're not compelled to walk across the street. It's your choice. You have free will to do that. Now, the thing is, if you do that, remember, cause and effect.
Mm-hmm.
Your thing is, I'm not walking across the street. Why are you not walking across the street? Well, the reason you need to walk across the street, maybe because you need to find out what was going on in Venus. Maybe you need to find out what was happening in Uranus at the time. Maybe you need to find out what was going on in Jupiter. Maybe you really need to understand what Saturn had going on the reason on why you needed to walk across the street. But if you
Or
didn't
when
understand that and you chose not to walk across the street, whatever happens to you, that is your that's your cause and effect. But
or
what you demonstrated was that you did not follow your astrology, because the thing is, when you question yourself and when you question why I need to walk across the street, why is it saying I need to walk across the street? Why is it impelling me to do that? Well, you
so
didn't go and read all the other signs to
so
understand why you needed to do it.
what guides astrology? What guides astrology? What created those signs?
Those signs.
Like all the signs, Capricorn, Aries, Cancer, what created that constellation?
What created it? That's a good question. Here's the deal. I can tell you who created it. The thing is, it's just always been around. Astrology, as we're going to say about how you govern your life, astrology, to me, in my opinion, you know what I'm saying? And from my study, astrology is the only thing that I see is tangible. Because you can tell me about God and Jesus, I never seen them. But when it comes down to astrology, I can look up in the sky. There's a whole full moon about to crack off in 2.5 hours. I can see that. That's tangible. The sun, I see the sun. That's tangible. You
But
know what I'm saying?
how you see that the traits match with the stars and all that stuff? How you see that? Or you just going based on what they
Because
told
now
you?
once again you have once again this is where the geometry come in at, because if you understand
I'm
with the
in agreement
moon,
with him because I can see the same stars at the same time at the same night
Okay, what?
every
Okay,
night.
I feel you on that, but I'm saying, how do stars make a character trait in somebody else, a human that's on Earth?
Right.
energies
No,
of the
that's
planets,
that
G.
part.
It's just the energy of the planets. It's the energies of the planet. The thing is, see, right now what you're doing is you asking questions and you have rebuttals against stuff, because what you don't have is the knowledge of the basics. You don't have the knowledge of the planet, science, houses, and aspects. Once you have that knowledge of that, guarantee your questions will be different.
Yeah, I feel
It's
you.
just
But
like
where did
kids.
the knowledge come from, though? Where did the knowledge come
Man,
from?
is yo, it was already there.
Another
The thing
human,
is,
right?
right, but the thing is, it was humans who was looking at the stuff based on human character. Because at the end of the day, when you was down here, when the humans, the beginning, the first humans that was here, they had to deal with the other humans that was here. And the thing is, they all seen the relation to the planets. They seen all of those
This,
shits, and they put that together.
this might be my biggest question, though, because I'm good for questions, man. So I wonder if a person, say if you had a baby out of space, how you gonna relate to the signs?
Once again, see right there. Now, I dig your question. Here's the deal. I never been out of space before, but here's the deal. If ifs and buts was candies and nuts, we would all have a Merry Christmas. Done deal.
That dang near it gets so serious that
Yeah,
I dang near want to have a
yeah, right.
kid.
But the thing is, see, but
Soon
the
as my
thing is,
girl get
but we
pregnant, I
deal
want to
with
go out.
ifs.
I want to go out to the moon and have a baby, and let's see if it follow astrology after that. I just want to
It
do it so
would,
bad.
but it would. Because there is because at the moon, if you have a baby on the moon, guess what?
I
There
love the
is
moon.
a solar destination for that soul. So the thing
Because
is, you would have to follow the coordinates that's at that point
So
on that moon
when you
in
think of
relation to
coordinates,
all the
you
other
think of
planets.
compass.
Same thing.
It's an estimate. It's an estimate, right? It's an
Right.
estimate.
Yeah.
So you look at
Oh, yeah.
north, south,
Cause yeah.
east, west. the
And that's
compass,
all.
like
This
a
is all
compass.
judgment off the earth. You know what I'm saying? That's the
Right.
only thing we. That's how. That's
It's
as
all
far. That's why I be
nature.
left. You know. That's
It's
why
all
I figured out
nature.
that time is not even real for real either. The time is only
Right.
going off of the spinning of the earth. You know what I'm saying?
Time
But
That's
never
how
was
we
done.
measure
but
time.
Kev,
24
No,
hours a
time is
day.
Kev,
made up. Period.
Kev,
Yeah,
Time is
time
made
is
up.
made up.
let me play the devil's advocate
What
here.
I said
Time was
we only
actually
go off of signs
created
and
off
symbols.
the coordinates of the astrology.
I said all I
Time
said.
was actually created off coordinates of the
Yeah,
astrology.
If
yeah, and that's
everybody would
only
pay attention to
effective
what I
on
said,
Earth. That's what I'm saying. It's only
if
effective
everybody
on Earth.
understood what I said, if
As
everybody
soon as we
Right.
go
understood
to
what
space, all this
I
stuff don't
said,
mean nothing. You know what I'm saying? As soon as
time. I said time never
So
was, but
that,
man
like I
never
asked
wasn't.
Travis, I was like, what do you do with it with the knowledge that you have now? How are you living your life?
How am I living my life? Shit, good.
exactly,
Basically
most
good.
definitely, I'm most definitely good for
I don't
sure.
pay taxes.
Yeah.
I don't have to deal with none of the shit that everybody be complaining about. I don't have to do that. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Anytime I'm challenged with that, I always go to a court. If ever I'm summoned to a court, I go and I present my apostille stating who I am and how I regulate my life with the 12 signs of the zodiac. Status. I put my status up on the record, and from there, the courts they can't challenge my status. They don't have equal status, therefore they cannot adjudicate. They don't have jurisdiction, therefore they can't adjudicate. That's all that really
So
counts to
wait,
me.
which sign actually win in there? So I got to use that though. Which one actually win?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna tell you. You
Aries.
go in there, hold on. You can go in there and use it. However, let you know something. These Europeans, these judges and shit that's in Freemasonry, they know the astrology too. They just don't tell you that because they
Oh,
gonna go in there. When you
they're
go in there, and you talk
all
about
about the
astrology, they gonna
Illuminati.
challenge you. They gonna question
Yeah.
you on it. And if you don't
Yeah.
answer the
That's
question
what it says something
correctly,
about.
all they
We
gonna do is just
already
downplay you, and now you're in there for fraud. They got you for fraud. They just gonna roll over. They gonna steamroll you.
we
Huh?
already know that they're all about the
I'm gonna
Illuminati
tell them
or
I
Nah, see,
identify
hey,
and
as an
stop all that.
Aries.
and they
Stop
got
all that.
all the signs in the mix. But what do you do
Stop
when
with
you're
that
at the lower
Illuminati.
end of the totem
That's
pole?
distortion. That's
What
distortion. Let's keep it
it's
right where it's at. We go into the
but it's
courtroom, right?
also exploitation. It's
Okay,
also
see, once again,
exploitation.
you're
So
right, but you're only telling me how you feel. I'm giving you facts. When you go in
I'm
the courtroom,
not telling you how to feel.
when you go in the courtroom, if you look at it, if you see where the magistrate sit at, he sits up in the center, kind of up high, correct? He sits like on a podium, correct? And you got the prosecution and
Mm.
defense across from each other. If you look at all three of them people in that situation, ain't that a triangle? Ain't that a triangle? That's supreme geometry right there, right? That man wear a black robe up there. Black represents the planet of Saturn. Saturn is the planet of discipline. So that's the balance. So his job up there with that black robe on is to be an arbitrator of everything. The moment he step outside that capacity, guess what? He just done invoked the energies of Uranus. You could shut the court down just right there on that alone.
Who is he?
The magistrate, the dude with the black robe on. He's not a judge because a judge, you got to be Article 3, Section 2. And in the municipal court, they didn't that Article 2, they not Article 3, Section 2. So that means they ain't nothing but just operating in an administrative capacity. You know what I'm saying? So that's how you kill that game.
So they're just part of the system.
No, it's not part of the system because the
Well, isn't
system.
Illuminati part of the system?
No, nah, that's you with Illuminati. Illuminati means in it only means
Aren't they
enlightenment.
running the system?
No,
Who's running the system then?
the people that you choose to think that they think better than you. That's all it is. Because the thing is, half the people in the municipality, they not even Masons.
Interesting.
So we're choosing the wrong people?
Yeah, exactly.
I always ask this question. Do we have the right system in place, just the wrong people running it?
Nah, you get right. There you go. That's it right there. You got the system is in place. The correct system is in place. It's just the wrong people in there. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. You know what I'm saying? Think about it. You got to understand under a republic or a democrat. You know what I'm saying? Or a democracy. Think about this here. Everybody want to be
Yeah,
Democrat.
but
Now, see,
do those
you're not
people,
listening right now.
Travis,
You're not listening.
do
I'm telling
those
you the point.
do,
Let me
do
finish
those
my point.
people think of
Let me finish my
astrology?
point. Let me finish my point first, and then ask your
Okay.
question. Let me finish my point, right? Now, we all in this bitch talking about the democracy, Democrats, this, that, and the third. What part of the United States Constitution mentions Democrat or democracy? Name one part of it.
None of it.
All
None of
right.
it.
So then what system? What system did we agree as a people to say, yay, this is what we want? We agree with
Nobody
something.
agreed to that shit.
Hold on, wait a minute. Those that voted, if you out here, if you are a voter, you voted for it. So yes, you are the problem. Just keep it in perspective. So if you chose the wrong individual and shit get bad, you can't blame that. You can't blame them. You gotta blame yourself.
But that's the thing, Travis. You blame yourself. You blame yourself at the end of the day. At the end of the day, no matter whether we
Hit them
have
likes for me, y'all. 5 of
Republicans,
y'all in here, man. Hit them likes. Share if
whether
y'all
we
in.
have Republicans, whether we have Democrats, whether we have Christians, whether we have Muslims, whether we have whatever divide that there is within it. What do you do at the end of the day as a human individual to help recreate this system?
Re-
What can we do as people to
Re-educate,
help build unity?
re-educate, 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 re-educate. That's it. That's the only way. Think about it. You know what I'm saying? In order to rebuild, you got to destroy. We have to destroy the old way of thinking and bring forth the new way of thinking, or bring back the ancient way of thinking. 'Cause that's the only thing that really happened. You know what I'm saying? The ancient way of thinking was destroyed. That's all it is.
So if the ancient way of doing it was to destroy and it
No,
didn't
I didn't say
work,
that. I didn't say that. You
and
said the ancient way to destroy.
the
I didn't say that.
the ancient way was to destroy,
I didn't say the
how did
ancient way is to destroy. I did not say that.
okay, so
I said we have to get back to the ancient ways of thinking. And the only way that we can do that is that whatever's going on right now that's not working, we have to destroy that
so
and
how
rebuild.
so how do we build unity within that? What is the solution in
Re,
in recreating the system
have to
that we
we
already
have
have?
to re-educate. We have to re-educate. You know what I'm saying? We have to get rid of the indoctrination and get to educating. Because
I
that's the thing.
agree.
All
We don't
right,
have
y'all. All
the,
right,
the,
y'all. I'm
the
about
education.
to shift it back over because we got all the way off topic. I don't even know how that even happened. But, I heard enough. I mean, I get it. I get you. Everybody got they ways. Everybody got their stuff. So, I mean, it is what it is. Like I say, stick with what works. Whatever works for you works for you. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
Everybody
right.
got their own little thing and stuff. Like, who is we to tell anybody that you're thinking wrong, or you know what I'm saying? So that's why I never
So
try to tell nobody to
so
um
as so Travis, what are your
I
limitations or expectations of fear? Like what keeps you
I
from
spoke.
doing what you should
I
be
spoke.
doing?
I said that when you asked me about that the first time.
yeah, I think he already said it
I
already
said
though.
that.
Yeah, he
Once
already said
again,
it.
that's one thing about me. They is about paying attention. You know what I'm saying? Understand. That's what I do. I pay attention to what you're saying. You already demonstrated to me just now that you're not paying attention to what I'm saying. See what
Yeah,
I'm saying? For
I
me to
heard
go
you,
back and
brother.
get
I
you,
heard you.
I heard you.
I wasn't talking about you, brother.
Yeah, I know. I was just saying I
No,
heard you. I
I
was I
heard
was the
you.
one that was asked whatever. But I'm about to.
Yeah,
I
I
guess I
was
get back
too.
on subject though.
Yeah, y'all go handle y'all business, you dig?
Oh yeah, for sure, brother. For sure, man. All right, man. Like I said, I guess that goes back to limitation. I guess I can start back with that, man. Like I said, we only limit ourselves. We put ourselves in our own bubble, from what we believe in and all that stuff. We refuse to expand our beliefs and all that. I do always recommend people to be open minded because anything can be possible. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is on anybody's situation. Even like my life is based off that. Whatever you believe in, whatever you don't,
I should probably
it don't
stop
matter.
asking
It don't matter.
questions.
It don't matter. Nah, you good. You good. Uh,
No, it was good. Like it's knowledgeable. It's knowledgeable.
yeah.
But it's like you just ask questions. It's like, okay, where did you come up with this? Where did you come up with this? Like, because I don't know.
I got
It's just,
I got figured that out a while ago. Everybody all the stuff that we know, we learn and all that stuff, this is stuff that's been taught to us no matter what. That's why I never, you know what I'm saying, everybody has their own truths. You know what I'm saying? People gonna believe in what they believe in or not. I just try to get with people, I tell people to just, if somebody believes in something, we not gonna down whatever whoever believe because that's their experience, that's their thing, you know what I'm saying? And when people, only time I got something is against people that says that this is the truth. You know what I'm saying? I don't like when people say that stuff because this is no, this is your truth. You know, you can't say that your truth is everybody else's truth or what, you know, whatever you believe in, because a lot of stuff, life itself is a mystery. Life itself is a mystery. We don't even know how we got here, why we got here, and all this stuff. All we know is what who taught us about how we got here. You know what I'm saying? All we know is all as far as we know is our parents. Our parents brought us here, but it's life way before all this stuff. All this stuff we've been reading in the books and all that stuff. Like I said, we have a choice to believe it or not because stuff get tampered with. It's such thing as called liars out here. It's all that stuff. So
Well, because that's the
everybody
thing
has their.
that's the thing. We're fed with the books, but we're also fed with our parents. So we have this neutrality that comes within us. It's just, and it's like, what do you come to as a constant? What do you come to as a person within yourself? What are you outside of everything that you've been indoctrinated to, or everything that your parents have told you? What are you?
Yeah, people. The answer to that, people don't even know who they are for real. None of us know who we are. You know what I'm saying? All we
Mhm.
know is what we know. And the little information that we take in, we try to match it with whatever lifestyle we choose to have. You know
Oh,
what I'm saying? So that's who we are. You know what I'm saying? Whatever we evolve from, whatever how we, you know, whoever we grew up from. Oh man, something in my
he
eye.
said,
You know, all the
somebody
information
said,
we get.
somebody said in the comments, so can I ask, as a genuine white woman UK, how you feel about BLM in the
Uh,
USA?
I don't. It don't matter. You know what I'm saying? How do you feel about it? Why you ask that type of question? I
I
don't
don't
get.
even know what that means.
I don't know. That's Black Lives Matter. That's they talking about. But
Oh,
I don't understand.
OG's
Like
in
if you
here.
across.
Tell him
I
to
don't know
come up.
who
We can
that.
have a conversation.
Who that.
No, he was in Sapix
Yeah, I ain't
Live
got that much
yesterday.
time, so that's the reason why I'm about to probably try to say what I can say real quick, or whatever. Because I only got like an hour and some. You know what I'm saying? If it ain't
Hmm.
part of it. You said who you wanted?
No, OG's good. Come on up.
What's the deal,
Like if he
man?
can come on up. Yeah, no, he's cool. He was in Sapix Live yesterday,
Okay.
and it was good conversation. Kev, what
So
conversation do you want to have?
I'm still talking about the topic. I'm trying to stick with my topic and stuff. Like I said, I'm limited. I'm
Limitations,
limited during the week.
expectations, and fear.
Yeah, I'm
So,
limited during the
do
weeks
you
and
think
stuff.
that people are limited because of their fear?
Yeah, most
Do
definitely.
you think that I believe that?
Yeah,
I think that people are limited because they're afraid to actually move forward. And their
yeah,
well,
most definitely.
expectations are, to me, are unrealistic, because are they the expectations upon somebody else or upon me?
Yeah,
Sometimes my
it
expectations of
it
myself.
it depend on how high you set your expectation. A lot of expectation isn't real. You know
Right,
what I'm saying? It's
right.
it's just how high you set it up and stuff. And like I said,
Yeah,
with even limitation, you can separate that though, because it ain't always limited to just fear. You could be limited. You can be limited to, you just telling yourself you can't do it or something like that. It don't even have to be fear. It just you can be limited to just ego and pride. You know what I'm saying? You could be limited to
yeah,
it's a
right.
lot of stuff you can be limited to. Fear
So does
itself.
that keep you from doing, so your limitations, expectations, and fear, does that keep you from doing what you feel that you should be doing, or you should?
All three of those plays a part. Yes, they most definitely play a
Hmm.
part. Yeah, they play a part from growth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they do. They do.
What's the deal? OG, what's the
What's up,
deal?
OG?
Welcome to the live.
Hey, what's up, man? How you guys doing? I guess I can't
I'm
put the
Good.
video on, right?
You should be able to.
You can if you want.
I don't know. It's telling me I gotta have access or something. Live access needed to go live on video. That's weird,
It's
Mm.
okay. Just speak your
but that's
words.
cool. All right,
That's weird. I ain't never heard
yeah,
that one.
it's never, yeah, it's never happened. I don't know why it's unless it's.
Mm.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, if I couldn't go live, I wouldn't be able to. Am I right? I don't know. Like, we're live right now. So I
You're
don't know if you're.
technically
Yeah, that's
live.
why I said I ain't get that. That is weird. I ain't never seen that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
So
what are
what would
your
be
aspects on
limitations,
limitations,
expectations, and
expectations, and
fear?
fear?
Ooh. Well, I mean, I produce music, so that's kind of what I share on this platform. But
Okay.
so I could I guess offer a myriad of limitations. Like I don't know my DAW well enough. You know what I mean? I don't play an instrument. I mean, I could give, you know what I'm saying? I can give you all kinds of, but the and it's what used to hold me back, when I first started, because when I first started, that's, I couldn't play the piano. I didn't know what a chord note was or a chord progression. You know what I mean? And I was sitting here, trying to learn it in the DAW or trying not to use samples or trying, you know what I mean? It was just a weird, start to this. And
Mm.
I didn't come from, like I said, doing instruments. I just came from spinning vinyl. I spun wax.
Mhm.
But anyways, once I got through that, it's because I took some proactive things, to like I went ahead and got some piano lessons and taught me how to, do some chord progression and where to flow with my keys and etc. So that helped me out. And then I learned my DAW a little more, started taking some classes. Now I'm in school. So, it's like you have to, even though you're limited, you can't let it hold you back to no degree. What you have to do is write them down. Just write down what you're limited at, I think, or whatever it is, and however it is that you do your thing. But for me, I wrote it down.
Mhm.
This is what I don't know how to do. This is what I want to know how to do, and this is where I want to be by this time. And what did I have to do to get there? So, and that's what I did to take care of the limitations. And then, your expectations come into play with that. You see,
Mhm.
because you're trying to fix those limitations. Well, your expectations are going to be whatever you're limited at to not be. And so that's just how I look at it, like that. And then the fear, obviously, is to fail at it, is to never reach that potential, and I fear that. I fear I won't get to that point,
Yep. I
So,
feel
and
that
that's a
though. I feel
viable
that.
fear. That's like a viable fear. It's tangible. It's like I study, I live in this studio, and I know that that's probably not a good thing. And I don't mean that literally, but I mean, I'm in here all the time. So, it's like it affects my family, it affects my relationships, it affects things. And, so the fear to fail is even compounded more because I've had to sacrifice some things just to be able to do what I want to do. So, all of that is just where it's at. But I think we just need to not be limited by our limitations. We need to kind of work on them, and get
So
past them.
do you limit yourself or have expectations or fear based upon what other people think of you?
I used to think nobody liked my music. That's why I would never share it. I was like, you're your own worst critic. It's like, so when you listen to your stuff and it's not quite right, or you don't think it's quite right, then, you're not going to think anybody's going to like it. It took me a couple years before I would even post it. So when I finally, like I said, I worked through that. These are all limitations on that, that's kept me from, you know, getting feedback, which I really needed, because that's how you learn. You learn by your mistakes. And, I'm sending out music. I got music. I don't know what's wrong with it or if there is. And when you put it out there, people come and tell you, yo, man, your beat is off by this, or, you should put a snare here, or you see what I'm saying? It's like, so
What's the
you're
deal?
getting
Yeah.
viable feedback.
Hey, hey, yo, give me 1 second. I'm about to, cause I don't know why I can't respond to my comments or anything.
Oh, wow.
I'm not gonna
Okay.
refresh it though. I'm just gonna swipe out the app, then come back. I think it's gonna drop y'all, and then I'm gonna come right back and then hopefully see if it works.
Well, I follow you. I'll catch him back. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I think that's what's up with mine. It's kind of weird, man. My phone acting funny. All right. Oh, she went out.
The frick is so tiny now? That joke tiny. What? Uh, it was just bigger than that before. That's what she said. Okay, we're gonna do that one then. I don't know what is going on. Can I even comment anymore?
Where is everyone?
What happened to my old dude? He was just in here.
Yeah,
I just
he
had to
may
drop
come
that
back.
real quick. Nigga, my job was acting delayed for a minute. Let me see if I can even. Cause my backup page couldn't even comment in here. I was
Shanna.
trying.
Kev, has anyone
Kev.
told you that you kind of favor Ryan from Black Ink Chicago?
Ooh, no, I don't even know who that is. I gotta look him up then.
I know Chicago, and I was like, random question.
Mm-hmm. Dog, my comments not even popping up. That's crazy.
Oh, you can't even see him?
I'm typing on my backup page. I don't even see my comment.
Oh, wow. Man, I'm telling you, TikTok is going crazy like lately. Like nobody's like able to talk about anything, even chaos. Like even
Man,
chaos.
let me see if I can.
Let me see if I can share it. Let me share it with the dude because he was in Sapphics Live. That's how
Let me
I
see if
think
there's
he
an
got.
update on my phone or something. I don't know. So weird. I can't even see I can't even tell if they Big Brother is watching. Who is that?
Always. Always. It's crazy how many more lives are. If you think about it, Kev, look at how many lives are going on at the same time your life is going on. And
You're
the
right.
different topics and the different topics, the different ideas, the different whatever everybody's got going on. It's just crazy.
Oh, it
It
is an
really is.
update. That's why.
Okay.
It's making me mad. That's why I gotta do an update on the just text issues. What is that? I feel like they set me up. As soon as I say a word, they report me. Like, read this comment. Report.
I just sent him another.
Everyone was
I was
lagging
able to
today.
find
Oh,
him.
okay. My stuff's smooth so far. Right? I hope.
You're not even using your mic today, huh?
I got my mic on.
It sounds really good, actually.
Yeah, I just turned the echo off. I could have,
But you
talk
like the
like
echo.
this. I could talk like this too. But I'm gonna go ahead and robot it down.
I'm about ready to get me one of those. I promise.
Oh yeah. Then I get the mute. That's what's sweet. Then that's the loudest click. It lets you know you muting too.
Yeah.
Loudest
Oh,
click
it
ever.
does.
Man. I guess I talk for a little because I ain't got much time on here. I only got be having like a few hours a day.
Yeah. No worries. No
Uh,
worries. I'm on West Coast time. You're on East Coast time. So
yeah. I do want to make me one of them things. Let me see something. I'll see if it works. Let's see. Is it because I couldn't write on? No Saints is in the building. What's the deal? I still got a little vibration in my voice. Hold up.
AJ's here.
Oh, I made it too high.
AJ.
Oops.
AJ.
There we go. That's all good. I should
He's
be
trying to
good now.
practice his little mic.
Let's see. Does
Talk
that one
about
work now?
IT. You want to talk about
Okay.
technology? AJ will let you
That
know.
junk not working. Whatever. I don't need to text nothing. I probably gotta update it on my this phone too. It's probably what it is. So all right. I guess I get back to what's the deal. AJ is in the building. What's the deal?
What's up, AJ?
Turn that camera on too. She not even in the box. Turn it on. I'm gonna get Soso to turn hers on first. Then it's gonna be you. You're gonna be the last one I bother. I got. I did that to everybody. I did it to Niche. I done did it to Empress. All them that had their camera off
Me,
forever.
everybody.
I'm like, I'm about to look in
Camera
the
on.
eyeball of who I'm talking to right in their
What's up,
eyeball.
AJ?
I did turn my camera on, and Empress is live.
Quit it. I
Yeah,
ain't. It don't. I don't care. Nah, get out of here.
you
You
weren't
on that?
there.
I just thought about it. I just thought about it. Yeah, you right. You right. I should have been more specific. Nah, nah, it's a wrap. Now I
Right,
gotta
right.
wait another. I gotta wait another
You
two
didn't
months.
have
My bad.
control, Kev. You didn't have control.
Oh man, I
You
should
had
have been
to
smart.
specify what you wanted.
Right, exactly. It's like the Wishmaster and stuff where he got to be literal too. I turned it on. You ain't tell me how I gotta look on it. She
And
go. That was the funny stuff though. She gonna have her picture though. That's some real stuff. That's too funny.
had to throw everybody off real quick. Is
You're
that?
right. Exactly. Like got him. She's like, why she so still? Why she not moving or blinking?
It was actually kind of funny because I was just gonna put my baby picture up there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, not the baby. Oh my. I'm like, I knew it. Little baby back there. It's
Told
the
you.
smartest baby I know.
What's the
We'll see.
topic, Kev? You
Yeah,
changed
man.
your little dynamics, so I'm trying to figure it out.
Yeah, I switched it up, man. Now I'm doing this a new year. I'm doing it. I'm setting myself up on YouTube, so I wanna start putting like I'm not even doing like questions like that. I start putting up like subjects, then I'm gonna speak on it, for a little
Mm,
bit as long, and then maybe I start letting people in the box. It just depends on how long it stretch or when I die down or something like that. And then,
yeah, man.
cause I started using it as cause I see that I can these videos right now they be recording and stuff. So I'm like, hey, that's so sweet. Then I downloaded, I put it in my computer, I put it on YouTube, and then YouTube I can check on there. That you can make shorts out of them and take out like special parts that I said in there, clipping and stuff, and make content out of it. So I was like, that's sweet. So even if I'm talking to myself to zero people and stuff, I can still make content out of it. I'm like, that's smooth.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. Might as
Yeah.
well. Why not?
Yeah.
Kill two birds with one
I
stone.
said. Oh yeah, most definitely. Yes, yes. We're gonna make some stuff happen for sure. So how you feel about these three things, man? What comes to mind when you hear these three? Them three things.
Limitations, expectations, and fear.
Mm-hmm.
When I look at that, I mean, right now I'm on this whole, and you're gonna have to forgive me. I'm on this whole. It's my short twin. What's up, Hobo? I'm
What the
on,
you talking to yourself?
I
What the
am.
heck?
I am.
How's
See
that
what I
possible?
be doing? Now I'm on that whole like trying to shatter like cultural illusions and trying to figure out how much of those things that I play into. So when I look at that, that's usually right now what's coming to mind. But that's what I'm
Did
focusing.
this fetus just come in my live and just gonna say hi to everybody but me? That's how we doing now? Is you
Absolutely. Yeah,
mad? Is you big mad from early?
absolutely.
I'm
You
not
deserve
talking to Kevin no more. He don't listen to me. It be so many months I be saying
it.
stuff and he don't listen to me. Oh. You'll be alright.
Yeah,
That's
those
what
ones,
we do.
that's gonna be the first thing that's gonna come to mind. But when I think about them individually, like limitations, we do that
Hmm.
to ourselves.
Yeah.
Um,
Mm-hmm.
we tend to put ourselves in boxes all the time,
Oh.
and we need to expectations. Feel like people have way too high of expectations, but got low patience, so they're constantly disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
And fear, well, fear is an illusion created by one's mind.
Okay, you did it. Well, you answered it a little
Hmm.
different. I like those. That's why I'm trying to see everybody's way of thinking about it, because all of our ways is different. Stuff might be some similarities, some different. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm gonna start trying to do these because I want to see what everybody think.
You try
on
to
different
do. You try to
situations.
do what I usually do when
We
I
gonna
ask
try
questions.
to
You
do that
try
without
to.
people shifting over to horoscopes. I don't know how that even happened, but you know it is what it is. You know,
Well, you know,
all
Leo.
love, my buddy. You know what I'm saying? All love. You know spoke your mind and stuff. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Everybody, like I said, is entitled to their beliefs. You know, you do what you
Well,
got to
you
do,
know,
my
with me
boy.
and my Leo self, I don't know. I'm just kidding.
Right. I think he was in here too. A couple of y'all was in here.
Yeah, were you in here when they were talking about
No, I got
horoscopes?
low tolerance for constantly explaining myself. You'll be all right, Danielle. You'll be all right. I got low tolerance for a lot of stuff too, but I grew. You know what I'm saying? It's all about maturity. You know what I'm saying? We got to realize that in our life that everybody got different mindsets and all that. We can't take nothing personal for what you know.
Mm-mm.
We can't take anything personal. We gotta just accept that everybody got their own
Embrace.
way of thinking. You know what I'm saying? I don't even try to let nobody get to me on this app. Try not to because I realize that everybody got their own way of thinking. Like I
I
said,
got
and like I said, I preach on the emotional
Look
control and
who's
stuff. Like I'm
here.
saying, so
for
you
real.
know, if you can't handle a certain person, it is what it is. You can't handle certain questions and stuff. A lot of people can't, and I understand. A lot of people can't handle a lot of my questions and stuff. But
No, they can't.
I ask
They
questions
can't.
for a reason. You know what I'm saying? I always ask questions for a solution at the end of the day. That's what I do. That's why I ask so many questions. That's why I
Mm-hmm.
probably irritate a lot of people. But you know, at the end of the day, my thing is, what's the fight for? What's
When
the,
you
you know,
when you
what's the?
ask a Kev, when you ask a question to somebody else, it makes them question themselves. It really does. It makes them like look at themselves like, damn, what the fuck did they just ask me?
Been doing
It
this
makes
for so many
it makes
years.
them look it makes them look at themselves. Like that's what questions are all about. That's what I love about like your platform is like we ask questions. You
Yeah,
ask
So
questions.
that's
I
all
got a
I do.
question.
That's all I do. That be and not even like another room. It got the same thing. Cause like I be looking at, I ask stuff, and I'm like, at the end of the day, these questions got to get to some type of solution. If it's not, it's either somebody expressing themselves,
Exactly.
expressing their feelings, or they trying to get or they trying to look for a solution. That's why I be wanting to try to figure out. That's why I ask certain questions. So it's either you expressing your feelings or you trying to get to a solution. You know what I'm saying? A lot of the times I've been running to the people that don't get along with me be the ones that just expressing their feelings and stuff. You know what I'm saying? They just like, nah,
Right.
but I just feel like this and all that stuff. And, you know my stuff
Lovely.
a little different. That's why I ask questions. You know what I'm saying?
Lovely.
I'm
So,
You can feel a certain way, but what are you
yeah,
thinking?
most
What are
definitely,
you
most
thinking?
definitely.
lovely. The way, here's the thing. I'm gonna say this and then I have to drop. It's the way you pose a question. My problem is, and my issue is that when I get asked certain questions, it's made to feel like you did not listen to my previous answer before, and you're just talking to me in circles. That's the thing that I like. It annoys me really bad.
And you
Like
got to
I'm
work
not,
on that then. You got to work on that because people gonna ask questions even if they remember it or not. It's called being human. You know what I'm saying?
which is
Everybody not gonna remember everything. You know, it's gonna happen to you one day. You gonna it's not you're not entitled to remember everything somebody tell you. You know what I'm saying?
no,
You
I
can't
know
take it
that.
personal because somebody don't remember what you told them.
I
You
know
know what I'm saying?
that, but
Sometimes you got to repeat yourself. It's just like that. You know what I'm saying? You can't take nothing personal. Like most of the stuff don't even be that serious. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, no, I know that. I'm just saying, like, if I said something 5 seconds ago and you're asking me that same question but in a different wording, did you not listen to what I said before? Like here, like I know
Maybe they
people.
heard you and just didn't understand your answer.
Like I know people are different and they see things in a different way. I'm not saying like I'm not upset, nothing like that at all. But what I'm saying is that some people it gets it gets to a point where people don't want to keep explaining themselves. It gets frustrating. And I think that's a natural human reaction that people have is like when they're trying to explain something over and over and over again and it's the same thing, it's like it's not like they're listening to you to understand, they're listening to you to get to find their next question to ask you. So that's when the conversation becomes unproductive. Just like Miss is saying in the comments, like, I hate repeating myself to people I feel like should know the answer. Not just that, but like even when you're having a formal conversation with somebody, if I ask you, hey, what did you have for breakfast? And they're like, I had this X, Y, and Z. And then a few minutes later they come up to me and said, hey, what did you have for breakfast? Like it's like what's it called? It's like a repetitive circular
But
cycle.
Oh,
but Danielle,
oh,
did you know that when people ask questions, it's not for me to get an answer, it's for you to process. It's for you to actually answer that question yourself. It's not for
so
me.
I
Sometimes
so
it's not for me.
I think
Sometimes
so
it's
that
just for you.
that is true to an extent, but I feel like sometimes when people ask questions, it's either that or they don't know the answer that's coming from you. They don't understand it.
They don't understand it. You just
so
said it right
sometimes
there.
Right. So
so
what are
some
you trying
That's
to
what
Or
you just got
express?
your own answer
hold
out
on,
of
hold on,
it.
hold
or
on, hold on.
three, I
You
didn't finish.
just said it.
I
You
didn't
just said
finish.
it.
Hold on. Or three, they're trying to get a rise out of you to for their answer or their question to
No.
fit
So
their
some
narrative.
so
Because that
some
has happened before.
so
Not with
some
you,
Mm,
in
Of
general.
course.
Okay,
Of
if they
course
want to get
that
a rise
happened.
out of you, okay, put it that way. You said get a rise out of you. What would be the purpose of that? Do they know you enough to get a rise out of you? You know what I'm saying? What's the
No.
purpose of them getting a rise out of you?
so sometimes hold up. Sometimes people may ask a question. They're trying to understand what you're saying, right? Maybe they're trying to get a better understanding or they're trying to get clarification
Mm-hmm.
within your answer. There are many times I have asked a question and somebody goes to go answer the question and they end up on a whole other tangent.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm confused as to what we were talking about and how that answered my question. So I may ask again, what is this? What does this mean? So I may simplify the question. It's
Mm-hmm.
not that I'm not listening to what somebody is saying as
Mm-hmm.
much as there may be a reason why I'm asking a question,
And
right?
there's
So
a huge
if
difference.
I'm yeah, so like if I'm asked a particular question about what did you eat for dinner last night and you tell me about everything you did yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
I'm probably going to be like, "Wait, what?" Like, but what did you
Exactly.
eat? You see
Mm-hmm.
what I'm saying?
Exactly. I
And
feel you.
that's just where it is, but it does come with a discipline
Mm-hmm.
as we learn to speak cuz that's essentially what we're doing, right? We all want to elevate. We have to elevate when we answer things. So
Mm-hmm.
sometimes before we jump to just answer a question, sometimes even just ask for clarification on the question.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Mm-hmm.
notorious for asking Kev clarifications on questions.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, what do you mean by this? So I can figure out exactly what it is that he's
Mm-hmm.
How
wanting
to answer it.
to answer.
Yeah.
So I'm
And
not
that's
answering about a
completely
whole
fine.
other thing.
Yeah, I'm not saying that's wrong by all means. That's completely fine. I'm like, let me try to use a better example. If I say like, okay, AJ, what did you have for breakfast? And you tell me and you said, well, I think you should be eating this, but and eating X, Y, and Z. But what did you have? Like, why did you have that? Like, it's kind of like I don't know how to explain it. Like, like I just don't. I have the patience and the like the tolerance enough to keep talking to somebody, and if they pose a different question, I'm so fine with clarifying. Like, I have no issue with
Mhm.
it because I do it too. Trust
Yeah.
me. Like, sometimes I'm slow, but
No,
I feel
no, no.
like
I mean, it just kind of goes with kind of like my when Kev was asking me what I felt about expectation,
mm,
right? I feel like a lot of us have high expectations, but we ain't got no patience. And if
mm,
you're going to live with a high expectation where people need to understand, I don't want to repeat myself,
mm,
this, and that, you're holding people up to an expectation,
mm,
right? But you're holding them up to an expectation that is your expectation.
mm,
They may not know what that is,
mm,
right? And so then that, yeah, like all I'm essentially just kind of giving you is just kind of like
mm,
as you get, whether as you get older, or you get more experience, like you start to get really to the point, right?
mm,
Because when you're young, you talk about this, that, and the third. Sometimes, not saying that that's all the time, but
mm,
it does happen a lot.
mm,
And then as you get older and you start to get more articulate, you're able to articulate exactly what it is that you're trying to say without being like, "Oh, well, I feel," and it's not so
mm,
emotional. It
mm.
gets boom. You can go
Yeah.
right in
But
every
it's
single.
more like the expression of like
Mhm.
listening to understand, not listening to respond. That's why that's how I feel sometimes even talking to people is that it's the same with their questioning. They're not listening to you to understand what you're saying. They're listening to you to come up with their next rebuttal against you, but pose it in a question way. And then, like, it just feels like it's at that point they're asking for clarification or asking for understanding. It's more like they want to put you in a circle and go like in a roundabout way with you, but you're trying to get to a point.
So my
All right.
question to you is that when you're, say, explaining an answer to a question, right? And this is a genuine answer,
Mhm.
or a genuine question, because I do see this a lot, and I'm just trying to understand that if I'm seeing this correctly.
Mhm.
So what I tend to see is when somebody's trying to explain an answer on any type of topic, depending on what the topic is, and
Mhm.
somebody questions that, it
Mhm.
seems like at that point the person who's being asked the question isn't even listening as much as they're in defense mode.
Mhm.
How dare you go against what I'm just saying right now?
Mhm. Yeah. And
You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like,
I
so
understand.
You on point, AJ. You
that's
are on point
I'm
with a
just
lot of
genuine.
Right.
stuff.
Mhm.
Right.
You on the point.
How
But
much of it is that, and how much of it is I just don't want to keep having to repeat myself.
mhm. And here's the thing with I'm going to use Kev for example. I'm not upset.
Hmm.
Don't. But for example, like I had this same conversation for almost 2 hours last time, right? And
Hmm.
then we go back on, like, we're on live, and first of all, he came in on kind of the tail end of the it was like kind of this discussion that we were having, and then
Hmm.
the question in terms of a debate wise, which is completely fine. Like, everybody has their opposing views and values and morals, whatever the case may be. um but when he came up and I explained it again, and I did this in the same manner, it was the same question over and over and over and over and over again, to the point where it became, I'm not listening to you. I'm trying to prove a point for myself, for my argument, rather than listening.
Well,
Okay, I got a question for you now. Hold
I,
up. Hold up real quick. So, when you answer a question, do you answer it the same way, or do you try to re-explain it in a different way for somebody else to understand, so they don't have to ask you a question again?
I re-explained it. I even pulled up the dictionary. Like, I was trying to, and here's the thing with me, I grew up speaking multiple languages. So sometimes it's hard for me to express or explain how I feel in English. So me reiterating what I'm saying is very normal to me. Like, I don't really expect people to understand me right away. So, like, if I say like something like um the sky is blue, and you're asking me why is the sky is blue, I'm going to re-explain to you why the sky is blue. I'm going to show you evidence why the sky is blue. But I would hope that you would understand as well why I'm saying the sky is blue, rather like you coming back and saying, well, it's not blue. But I asked you all these questions. Because at that point, asking someone all those questions just to kind of um prove your point, at that point you're not listening to that person anymore. You're kind of
So
just having a you're trying to go into like a debate form, which I don't think that's what we were trying to do within that live.
so so I have a question then, and this
Mhm.
is for everybody on the panel,
Mhm.
right? And in the comments. How often do you just listen? Not listen to respond, not listen to answer. Just listen.
It depends. I'm being completely honest. It depends on my patience that day, the person, the question I had, the situation. Like, I think that goes for everybody. It just depends. Like, I feel like I'll listen more to my sisters if they said something or they feel some type of way, rather than
And y'all give me the 10K.
someone
Mm-hmm.
on like
Got that screen,
uh,
yo.
you know what I mean? Like, I feel like it just depends. Like, because that's like
So
human nature,
yeah,
you to either block somebody out or semi listen or listen fully.
yeah. So the reason why I asked that, right, is we all want to be listened to, right?
Mhm.
When we're telling or we're explaining something or we're giving an answer, we all want to be listened to.
Mhm.
But if we're not listening for the sake of listening, then who's listening to the answer?
Mhm.
No one, because everybody's just listening to retort or to tear it apart.
Mhm.
Sometimes, yeah, I will come up in the box, but there's times I'm real quiet when I sit
Mhm.
because I'm
Well,
listening. That doesn't mean that I'm agreeing with what's going on or agreeing with everybody there. I'm just simply just listening. And then
here's
from
my
there,
thing.
a question. Go
Mhm.
ahead.
When a question is asked, it's for you to respond, and it's in order for you to actually process the question that was asked, and it actually gives you a rhetoric of yourself. You now get to respond. You now get to say what's on your mind, to say what's in your rhetoric. So now if you're getting mad that there is a question asked and then you're mad about the response that is given, what was your rhetoric?
Well, at the end of the day, you got to figure out what it is that you wanted out of that conversation. If you're asking
Right,
questions with an
right. There's
agenda,
no
then there's
there
an
should
answer.
not be no intentions.
But
There's there
it also depends on how we ask questions. Because if I sit
no
there and I say, "Hey Kevin, why is the sky blue?" versus "Kevin, why is the sky blue?" Depending on what question or how I'm asking that
Yeah.
question, depending on what we're talking
and
about,
the
will give
tone.
the answer.
Mhm.
Like,
The
so
Mhm.
it
tone.
just
So
depends.
is that on you or is that on the person that is actually asking the question?
It's on both. So you need, I
Just
think, both sides
depends on the
be
situation.
both
Right,
clear and concise.
right,
So if you're going
right.
to ask questions, be clear and concise as to what exactly it is that you're asking. And if the person that is answering does not understand what it is that you're answering or you don't understand, ask questions. Don't front and don't ask. Ask the question. What do you mean by that? Can you give me an example? Explain.
Yeah, because you can
Elaborate.
ask a question after a question.
Mhm.
All right, so let me
I think the rails
you
got.
see, like sometimes just because somebody don't go ahead, Hormiga. I just
No, I need you to finish saying what you were saying
oh
because I think you were
oh
gonna start me up.
oh okay. Yeah. So I'll just Danielle, I just want you to keep in your mind sometimes
Are
that
you riled up
you
yet?
know sometimes
Who, me?
Yeah.
No.
sometimes certain situation you just gotta count it as I'm just misunderstood maybe today, or I'm just misunderstood right now at the moment. Sometimes it takes some people to register
Right,
certain stuff or understand stuff at different times. So just because a person, okay, even if say if I disagree with something that you said, or whatever, it's like just like my room say, sometimes, or even ain't got that part though, but sometimes you just disagree with, you can just, I guess what they say, agree to disagree, or what I'm saying, or until, or wait until next time, let it saturate or whatever. um like I said, me myself, I ask a lot of questions just to see. Cause most of the time, what I learn with people, a lot of the time, is they go around the answer that I be looking for. They go around it. You know what I'm saying? They use it. They go around it. Cause okay, if you want to bring, we could talk about what happened. So I was asking you what bashing meant. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody got their own definition. You know what I'm saying? They got their own definition of what it is. And you was telling me that, yeah, or whatever, but then I was telling you, from based off what you were saying, that didn't sound like a bashing I said bashing is when you actually use an insult, and sometimes it's with the tone or something like that.
Now
But I
here's
don't know, you just didn't like the answer the answer I was telling you. You know what I'm saying? You didn't like it, I guess, or whatever,
that means
because you was, huh?
that means you didn't listen. Because if you heard my answer, it was worded kind of like yours, just in a different format, just in a different wording. That's literally like what I told you was literally bashing is completely attacking the person and putting all blame, all fault, everything on that person, not even giving them a solution, nothing like that. You're taking away a lot of the positive solution reinforcement that's supposed to be put when you're holding somebody accountable. You're just kind of taking that completely away and insulting them. I
Right, you just added that too.
Oh,
You
so,
kept saying attack it. Assault and attack is two different things.
so
Insults is different. You
hold
know what I'm
on,
saying?
hold on. I got a
That
question real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, Kev. I had a question. So if Kevin was saying the exact same thing you were saying, right?
Mm-hmm.
Why would we why continue to debate over it? Because at this point, it's just debating on who's saying it in a different way
Mm-hmm. That's true. That is true.
because we weren't
Because it
listening.
wasn't like that. Like I'm gonna put it this way.
Or, go ahead, Kev.
I
Sorry.
witnessed I witnessed her and Sapphic literally switch. That's why they mad at me, because I literally they would say one thing and then when I question them, it'd be another thing. Like, no, I said that already, but you
Oh,
didn't. I wouldn't question it if you already said it already. Because like in one end, you'd be like, okay, say we were just talking about earlier about the accountability or something like that. Then the next minute you'd be like, but it's not her fault. And then I'm like, that's the opposite of accountability. When you say it's not your fault, that means you're not taking accountability. And I'm like, you can't use that term when you say that a person is everybody is accountable for their own thing, and then say it's not their fault at the same time. And I was just saying that was
Contradiction.
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 Mhm.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
contradiction. That's why I kept saying. So I was
no,
only
but
breaking in every time you were saying something like that. You kept saying, "Yo, you was like you didn't let me finish," but I'm like, you already said enough by saying that it's not her fault. So
I,
that's when I broke in it.
for for Mika, I'm gonna let you go ahead and then I'll talk my
Thank
turn.
you so much. Now I am definitely started. You see, the thing is that everybody is saying good information. Everybody's saying good information, but again, it's still incomplete. As much as this was talked about, are you talking about the previous conversation in this live?
In this life,
Mm-mm.
It
in a
happened in another live.
in a
Okay,
different.
cool. So that we could actually use that as an example because I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. But there is the question asker and then there's the question answer, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it's not as plain as people think it is.
Mm-hmm.
The thing about a question is that there's always intention. There's always an intent when it comes to asking a question.
Mm-hmm.
There's something that you are seeking for, whether it is to attack, create a lesson, awareness, or you're curious.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So it's not just the little things that you guys are talking about. Don't drop the ball on this. There's a lot more information out there about this. Why do people ask questions? To move you
Mhm.
in a certain way. And if you're smart and you're manipulative enough and you understand how power works and how people are weak with their feelings, you could piss somebody the fuck off with a question.
Mhm.
Okay? Now, it always has intent. There's also timing when it comes to when to ask the right question. So the climate in the room, entering a situation that you had no business doing, and it was irresponsible of the question asker. Then there's leading questions where you could ask the question in a specific way, kind of guiding a person to answer the way you want them to answer you. And then there's also questions to catch you out there, to catch you in a lie, to make you look stupid. Right? So when does it become a challenge? It becomes a challenge when the person who's has the question being posed to them, whether they're looking for the voice, the actual voice. In other words, if they don't like your voice, if they don't like the way just the way you sound, you're not gonna get through to them. Your tone, the volume, the
Mm-hmm.
sassiness in your style, whether you're charismatic, whether you're dry as fuck, whether you have some type of personality where you're a cornball or a scrub, who's asking this question also carries a lot of weight. Because the first thing I'm gonna do is be like, you yourself do not qualify to ask me that question, but I'm gonna answer it anyway, stupid ass. You know what I'm saying? Think about this. So
Yeah.
what is the person that's answering they do, right? They
Mm-hmm.
can stonewall.
Mm-hmm.
They can revert it right back to you. Or what about when they actually answer a question with a question,
Mm-hmm.
giving themselves a little bit more time to try to finagle what you're trying to do here, to try to figure out what angle you're coming from, because that's where the defensiveness starts coming from. So you don't understand there's two different responsibilities here. And
Mm-hmm.
it's not as minute as we may think it is, because there are so many different characteristics that can go into this. Who's asking the question? How are they asking the question? What the hell are you asking?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing this? Because I want to know why you're asking me this question. Because one of the first things we ask someone is, can you just tell me why you're asking me this? Like, in other words, what I'm asking you is, where are you trying to get at? Because I don't want to fuck around. Can you just bring, bring it to me and stop this whole, approach where it takes so long to develop these questions. And that's what the problem is, that people don't know how to cut to the chase. They don't know how to ask questions because their questions are complicated on purpose so that you can look foolish. When your
Yes.
questions are long, you're doing it on purpose because then you make the person think about two or three different things and within a question. It is not a straightforward question, but you are expecting a straightforward answer.
Yes.
So let's stop the fucking bullshit, okay? And there is an accountability on both ends, the giver and the receiver, because during a question, they trade fucking places.
Mm-hmm.
That
One,
part.
it's fucking ridiculous, bro. Like,
The receiver matters. The receiver matters too. You can be a giver and be expecting something in return, but the receiver matters too.
there's such
How
thing
how
that's
is the
called
receiver not responsible as well?
there's something that's called offensive decipher. And the
Right.
person who's receiving the question does not have a lot of time to decipher upon where the fuck are you coming from? Like, have you ever felt like somebody asked you an out of pocket question and you're like, and they think they stumped you? They didn't stump you the way they think they stumped you. They think that you don't have an answer. You're there wondering why the fuck you asked me this question. You're not even into the question. I didn't even get into the question because I've been on both sides of this, the answering and the question. I've done a lot of work with this. People's intent is the most important part of the question. What are you trying to accomplish with what you're asking?
Mm-hmm.
That is the most important. And then how the person receives it or perceives it or their perception, depending on all those 10,000 factors that people don't even think about: their tone, their volume, their body language, their aggressiveness. They talk with their hands. They blink a little bit. Yo, you're scaring me, bro. You know what I'm saying? You're blinking too much when you're talking. Or maybe their nostrils fucking, expand, or, and then people will say, they'll get more animate and they'll say, no, I'm just passionate. No, you're getting in your fucking feelings. All right. Let's call
It's
it what the
called
fuck it is.
senses. It's
You
called
understand?
senses.
So all I'm saying is, check this out. I'm gonna bow out so y'all can keep talking. Don't forget that there's a lot of components to this. The things that you think are intangible and can be added to this conversation, they most certainly belong here. It is not as simple as we're saying it. Let's put it all together. Everybody's right about what they're saying, and let's talk in more complete understanding.
Mm-hmm. You explained it really well. Mm-hmm. That's true.
Go for
But
it.
Hey,
Take
Always.
so
it
I
away,
got a
Kev.
question. I got a question for you, Ramika. So
so
Okay.
I only heard about the question side. So do you believe that depending on certain statements deserve questions, right? Because you don't want to be stuck in between being naive or or just a simple being. You don't want to be naive, basically. You don't want to believe any and everything because a lot of people speak on stuff and don't even know what they speaking on or speaking about, right?
facts.
Right. So sometimes, yes, you're right about that. When you ask a question, it's an intention behind it. Yes, of course, it's some type of attention. You know what I'm saying? And you're looking for a certain type of answer just to see if another person know what they're talking about. Because, like I said, a lot of people they speak on stuff that they don't really know. They know what it is about. Then they will run with it and think what they're saying is what they really believe in. And sometimes that even when they figure out what they're saying, maybe one day, you know what I'm saying, when they figure out what they're saying, they like, dang. Sometimes they gotta realize it, but it's just, I would say, like, even with that, I think, even with a person, with wisdom and all that stuff like you do as a little kid and all that stuff. Some you should do like with even with pastors, all that stuff. You want to question. Yes, it's gonna be, like I said, it's always something because you want to figure out. You want to figure out something. Yes, you did say it's like three of them things. What you say? Three of them. It's
Oh, it's a
to
lot more.
look.
It's
It's
a lot
probably a bunch.
more.
I'm pretty sure it's a
It's
bunch of
a
them. Yeah, because there's some intentions behind every last question or whatever question. How you do the question, the way you do it. It's something behind it all the time. It is.
but there are, look. There's also people that ask questions and don't really want the answer.
That too. Yeah, most
Yes.
That
definitely.
that
Most
that that
definitely.
is
Well,
fucking psycho
here,
shit.
Yes.
here's my thing. You can ask a person a question so that you can make them think. You
Yeah.
can make them think.
Right.
You could put somebody's other brain into a situation because your brain is not functioning. You could ask someone how.
Well,
Depending on how you ask someone, not
Depending on how you
directly
ask.
like
yes.
Can
Yeah,
I give you a
depending.
hypothetical situation like what would you do? But they don't know how to say it the way that I just said it. I'm
Right,
gonna give you
right.
a hypothetical situation.
Are you ingesting the
It was kind of,
information,
it's
but
kind
are
of
you
like
also
how
allowing the
Wait.
it's kind of
other
like how
person to
you,
process?
Wait, Kevin,
yeah,
can
yeah.
we
But it's
can
kind
we
of how
let
you
Lovely
like. You remember
finish
how
really
you asked that
quickly?
question, huh?
Lovely was talking. Sorry, I like you guys were talking at the same time. Can she finish really quickly?
Yeah.
No, it's okay.
Oh, okay.
I was
I was
just
just trying to
saying
finish
that
before I had
you,
finished. But it was
yeah,
like
you can go ahead, Kev.
basically, yeah, I was just saying, it's like how you asked that question, which made me think deep on that too, because you remember you asked that question with if you had $1 million, what you gonna do with it type situation. It's like a lot of people, and that's why I said I liked the way you had did that because a lot of people speak on. Yeah, what would I do with $1 million and then all that stuff? He's like, so say you said, and that kind of, I know that kind of stumped me a little bit too, because I'm like, man, I even had the time to think about it. But that dude, that proved a little point though that a lot of people be talking or they say stuff, but they don't even be prepared or ready for whatever they be talking about. You know what I'm saying? So yes, a lot of the times, yes, them certain type of question they are trying to figure out, just like you figure out something through it. And that was a good question you had asked or something like that, because a lot of people they speak on stuff that they really don't know or they're not gonna be ready for. You know what I'm saying? Or they speak on stuff and they live on this situation and don't know why they living in that type of situation or believing in this type of situation and stuff. So that's I feel you on it. It is, but you are 100% sure it's some type of intention. But you got to figure. I guess you got to just figure out the intentions and stuff. A lot of people, it depend on every who on the outside, because sometimes the person that's receiving that question, they don't know the intention. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. But I think like it will be like a majority type thing, or people on the outside, depending on who's watching, they probably can see the intention. Some people don't. Each person got a different ways. Just like she was
Perspectives.
saying that people got tolerance bars and all that stuff. Like I can only take this so much and all. But sometimes it be like that when you in a hot seat and if you ain't got the right answer sometimes. And you felt like you said the same thing over and you probably didn't, or you felt like you did or something like that. Of course you're gonna get frustrated. I've been through that before too, though. You know what I'm saying? I've been through that.
Yeah.
I felt like I ain't had the right answer and stuff, and I'm like, dang.
I got the right
Right,
thing for
that
you.
part, Kev.
Hold
Have
up. I
you
got the
ever
right
been
thing.
asked a question that you just had to think about the question and
Of course.
process
Yeah,
and
but that's
and just
that.
have to be like, wow, what kind of question was
But I
that?
started
It
not letting
makes
my
you
ego
think.
get to me because sometimes I can't answer everything. I just be like, I don't
Right,
even try to get frustrated no more. I just be
right.
like, you know what, you
And
got me. I
let me
can't
you
do
give
that.
can
you
say, and you have the ability to say,
Yeah, I got
I
the
can't
ability,
answer
right?
that question.
Yeah, I got
let
you.
me give you a golden nugget. Let me give you a golden nugget. What I'm about to say is gonna change your life. And if it doesn't change your life today, it'll change your life when it happens. All right? Watch what I'm about to tell you with
Only Armika.
simple shit. Okay? Worst thing that you can do when somebody doesn't understand your question, unless they ask you to rephrase, is try to rephrase it. Okay? And I'm gonna tell you 3 reasons why. Number one, you make the person feel defensive. Because what you're saying is that I'm going to dumb it down, or I'm going to change the narrative, or I'm going to change the wording because you don't seem to understand what I'm saying. You don't qualify to understand what I'm saying. All right? That's the first responsibility when it comes to having dialogue or conversation. Let's get that right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's take it to the next level. The second reason is that the person's already tired of your voice. So you're going to go ahead and ask another question when they don't like your voice. So you're going to rephrase it thinking that you're going to get a different answer when the problem is that they're tired of your voice, right? The coach of the Los Angeles Clippers, Steve Kerr, one time allowed his players, and sometimes he does this, he'll step out of the
That's
way
the old
and he'll
coach. Thank you.
and
That's the old
but
coach.
right, but he'll let his player at one time coach the game without his input. He'll be an observer, right?
Yeah,
And
that
and
Kawhi
he
and
okay, he
all.
got a lot of
Yes,
slack for that. He got a lot of slack for that because they were trying to put him in a situation where
the load
who,
management.
who do you think you are? Do you guys think you're that good that you don't need coaching? That was what
Why
he
are you
was
going to
dealing
use the
with.
Clippers on this?
I have to use it because I'm saying the Golden State Warriors. I'm sorry, the Golden State Warriors. So this is what happened. His answer was phenomenal. He said, people get tired of my voice. So I give him another voice that does the same thing. Fuck, I even get tired of my own voice. Are we ready to take that accountability in conversation when you admit that your voice could be tiring? Kevin,
That's
your
that's
shit
inner
could be
dialogue,
annoying. You know what I'm
Ormiga.
saying? My shit could be annoying.
Ormiga, that's
Everybody's shit here could be annoying.
Ormiga, that's like inner dialogue at its finest. The way you talk to yourself can be brutal. How you talk to
Have you ever
yourself
said
is
that, Lovely?
brutal.
For
Have you ever asked
myself,
Huh?
yourself that? Have you ever asked yourself
privately.
that?
Yep. Yep.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
I know I could be annoying.
Thank you. I'm trying to
Yeah.
figure out where I'm gonna put my last shelf at though.
Think
I
about
got
that.
one.
What do you think about that, Kevin? Is it
I got one
possible
more
that you
shelf.
could
I
be
can't
annoyed
decide
at
if
your
I
own
want to put it
voice?
Yes.
underneath
Yeah.
or if I
You
want to
have
put it
to
There's
on
look,
this
possibilities,
wall.
yeah.
Can't
and
decide.
Give me an
that's the
example,
same question
Kevin.
that
Hey, J
I've asked
J
Example.
Love.
before. Is
I
like
told like that all the time. I
if you've
can't
ever
decide if I want to put
walked
my
a
shelf
hello?
here
Who is
Hold on,
or
J
hold
if I
on,
Love.
put
hold on.
it there.
oh it,
Can you J Love got a mute?
Yeah, you
I
got a
oh
got it.
mute.
I got
have
it.
you ever if you ever walked around, and I've asked this question a million times before, if you were to walk across every person on this panel, every person in these comments, every person in your family, and there was a mirror on their forehead, will you talk to them the same way that with the mirror on their forehead? Would you talk to them the same way that you talk to yourself? Your inner dialogue is powerful. How you talk to you is the most powerful moment that you will ever have in your life.
But I
Your
have to
relationship
disagree.
with yourself is so powerful. And it's the hardest. It is the hardest within this life because we also cannot go through this life without other people. It's a neutrality.
It is. It is. That takes me a little bit away. That takes a little bit away from the point that I'm trying to make, Lovely, because when you're talking about talking to yourself in your own environment, that's a totally different environment when you add another human element to that. So I disagree with you completely. You cannot talk to people the way you talk to yourself. That is impossible.
Oh, I
So I'm
didn't
gonna
say
answer. I'm
that.
gonna try to answer
I
that
didn't
question.
say
You,
that. I did
But
not say that.
not in those words. I'm paraphrasing. I'm paraphrasing. So that's the idea that I'm getting. But it kind of takes away a point from what I'm trying to say. That communication between two people, right, can go in so many different fashions. And I'm trying to say that
Yes.
when you talk to yourself, I'm not talking about talking to yourself. I'm talking about hearing yourself. That is different. Talking to yourself and hearing yourself are two different
Yes.
senses. I'm
No,
talking
I
about
agree.
when you say, I'm tired of being tired. I'm tired of hearing myself say that I'm gonna do something and I don't fucking do it. That I'm going in contradicting of my standards and my fucking boundaries. I'm tired of hearing myself repeat myself. Listen to what I'm saying so that you can relate this to those basic conversations that we're talking about now. I'm tired of hearing myself repeat myself. We get upset when we have to repeat ourselves, yet we force the issue and we don't even know that they're already tired of our fucking voice. So now here comes the competition and the combativeness. That's where the aggressive comes. That's where the truth comes in a person's conversation. That's when you'll see their behavioral intelligence. That's where you'll see their self-control. That's where you'll see where they're made of. You understand what I'm trying to tell you? So it's not what we is. Listening to yourself talk shit about things that you keep saying you're gonna do and you don't do it. Hearing yourself say things over and over that you still haven't got a grip on, that you still haven't made a motivational move or put the energy or effort into that, whatever it is that whether it's a need or a want. You know, I'm a firm believer that when you put your needs and your wants together, your life is much easier. Instead of separating your needs and wants, you need to want your needs. This is all part of what I've been talking about. You know what I'm saying? Communication, it is that serious. It is that important. Do you understand that people don't even have to say a word sometimes and they've already said enough because their fucking energy level or their vibration is so fucked up that when you walk by them, you feel
Hmm.
like a ghost walked by your ass or some shit, or some fucking evil spirit of Darth Vader or some shit.
You
That's
know,
real shit.
communication doesn't just come from words. It actually comes from facial expressions. It comes from like your maneuvers, the way you move, your frequency is powerful. The way you maneuver, the way you talk, the way you smile, the way you frown, the way you move your facial expressions, that's communication too. People don't even understand that.
And look what somebody said in the comments. And some people like to hear themselves talk too. Bingo.
Know that part.
Now that's a whole different fucking ballgame, right? Now when you're dealing with a person that when they ask questions, they you ever seen that when they ask questions and they control the room and they sway it to go this way and they're troublemakers and they'll ask questions that start conflict and then they're sitting back enjoying this. They don't even have to say anything. They put the motions and they rev the engines up.
Isn't that a troll?
But when you do it in a live situation where you're having a conversation in a group and everybody's in their feelings and you enjoy people out of whack, bro, and arguing and fighting. There's people out here that actually love that shit. And this is what I'm trying to tell you. There's so many different type of people that you're gonna get different combinations. It's like playing rock, paper, scissors every time you're talking with someone because you don't know what the fuck is gonna happen.
Right.
So you
Right.
have to protect yourself by being assertive, by being a gentleman or being a lady. You know what I'm saying? When you're asking these questions, keep it in love and humility when you ask these questions and let them fuck up. Let them take it a certain type of way. If you have curiosity, because you look, here's the thing: when we're young, when we're very young, our parents tell us to kill our curiosity. In some cultures, right? And the culture where I grew up, they kill your curiosity by saying, "Damn, you have so many questions. What you writing a book? You know what I'm saying? Or like, did you just get a job in the newspaper? Or like, mind your business until you pay rent here. Don't ask no questions." You know what I'm saying? Like, so we get taught a certain way not to ask questions. When in reality, the questions that you ask can avoid all those hard times that you have, you know what I'm saying, when you're learning. You know those times where you say you have to go through shit in order to learn? You have to go through pain in order to learn. You could avoid a lot of those fucking headaches, Kevin. You could avoid a lot of those mistakes that we don't come from after making one or two mistakes. You could avoid them by being able to ask the right questions, by being able to communicate and but
Right.
articulate what
Just
you're
like what you
asking.
said.
You know what
You
I'm saying?
gotta ask the
So
right questions. That's it. Right.
right. So this whole
Hmm.
talk change the question 15 times so that you could understand. You lost them a long time ago. Learn how to bail out. Let somebody else ask the question. Maybe a different tone of voice, a different energy might shift because
Yeah.
you
So
already beat them up. You know what
what
I'm
I
saying?
got out of that, it sound like okay. Say you said if I feel the only way that somebody could be irritated at somebody or whatever is they already have something against their way of thinking already. That's
That's
that's the
one
only
way.
way
That's
that
a
can be.
bias. That's a bias.
That's the only way that can work
More
because it is some
defense.
people like you can ask the same question to other people and they can be like, oh, that was a good question. You know, there was something. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on the type of person it is. You know what I'm saying? So you will never know. That's what weavers you out is asking certain questions and stuff because it's either somebody can handle the question or not. At the end of the day, it's not it's not up to the question asker to be able to observe who they asking the question to. When you answer questions just like you did before, based off the answer, you could tell the type of person they is. You know what I'm saying, or the type of person that you're talking to or trying to get to know a person. Like even life is it deal with that. You like I said, life itself. You
So
have to ask questions no matter what. Like
are you asking a question for your understanding, or are you asking a
both,
question to
both,
make the other person think?
both,
But I
both.
also have,
Yeah, you got to ask questions to get an understanding. Yes, you do.
can y'all
Hmm.
That's
hear
that's
me?
part of life.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you.
I also wonder where the factor of listening comes in, of listening to what that person is saying. Because sometimes when someone is giving an answer or posing a question, sometimes it's not like, especially with answering someone, right? They'll put their personal story into it or what has happened to them into that to answer within that question. Now, when that person asks another question, it seems as if sometimes people don't listen to what the answer was.
I
It's
got a
not,
question. Then okay. How
Yeah,
do
it,
you
it, go,
know
it
if a
goes it
person
Stop
goes
it.
it
listening to you?
goes it goes both ways,
How,
right? It
no,
goes both ways.
no, because sometimes some people will assume that somebody's not listening. So how do you know if a person's
Exactly.
not
And I
listening to
see
you?
where
Well,
Danielle is coming
that's
from
the easiest
because
one. That's the
you're
easiest one.
asking a question. Is that person's response going to be accepted or going to be reciprocated? Like how does that work?
It
I
doesn't
see
even
That
where
have
that's
she's
to
coming
be
from.
Yeah,
that's
because if a
hilarious.
I look at it this way: if a person can repeat everything they said back to you and stuff, they can repeat everything you said and try to explain to you that they understand. It's the reason why they ask you the question back because they got the answer, but they're trying to see like they're trying to get you to understand where they're coming
Mhm.
from. That's why they will re-ask a question. So most of the time, like I said, I would recommend even if you feel like you're not getting listened to or something like that or understood, tell them to re-say it back and so they can make sure that and they can probably answer your question you got towards them. And if it matches, you know what I'm saying, then it's obvious that y'all both have a mutual agreement on it. So they're
Hey,
asking you a question
I
for a
like what
reason.
I like what I like what Niche said. She said we have to slow down, take your time and answer because some people are so anxious to answer. Some people don't even know how to answer, or some people have come from a place where they weren't allowed to answer or and they're unfamiliar with actually answering questions.
Some people just
So
don't
when
like
they
answering questions. Some people
huh?
just don't like being asked
Yeah,
questions.
Right.
yeah, I
They
feel
just
that
That's why
too.
I'm
don't.
saying you
Some,
have
And
to know
that
your
starts at
audience.
a
You have to
young
know.
age.
I
Listen,
We
we
feel
have a
don't
that.
like
response.
being asked shit. We
Look,
don't
if I'm
like
let
being
me
asked shit.
let me give you an example. Let me give you an example. You know how you know if somebody is not listening when you ask them, "Hey, what's your favorite meal?" and they go, "Well, I love the Air Force Ones." You understand what I'm saying? Now that's one.
That's
You understand? That's an
that's what
obvious
I
one,
ain't
right?
that's
eating
what
no
I
Air
think I
Force
was getting
Ones.
a lot. That's what I was feeling. That's why I asked certain questions because some
But the thing,
people
understand.
but when we
will
ask them,
move.
but we have to be careful what kind of question because if we're asking a subjective question, then you're asking them about their feelings or their opinion about something. If you're
But
asking an
my thing is
objective
though,
question,
if you're the question asker, what is your intentions? What are your intentions of the person asking the
We just
question?
talked about this lovely. Like
okay,
we
so
just
then,
literally
but the
talked
thing
about
is
this.
I
that
know that, but
it
I don't
transfers
want to put
intention.
nobody in a no trap.
No, the person that's asking a question transfers that power to the person that's answering. Once I ask you a question, you ask me a question, Kevin, you just relinquish power to me
Okay.
because now I have knowledge that you seek, right?
Hmm.
So that gives me the power. If I don't answer you, you
Mhm.
still stay clueless.
Exactly. Most
If
definitely.
I choose
So
to
ask a
engage,
question back, Kevin.
I'm just saying there's just so many different ways to look at this.
Right,
Most
Sometimes you
definitely.
need to
Most
know
definitely.
who you fucking talking to.
Yeah.
right,
It
right.
depends on the
And
relationship that you have,
and
the
you
Mm-hmm.
and
history
you
you have with a person.
and you learn them. You learn them as you ask, as you figure. That's how you figure people out. You learn
Mm-hmm.
eventually. You know what I'm saying?
That's
It's like some of the lives I used to go into and stuff. I be learning and I learn I'm getting into and stuff. You learn people as you ask questions, and depending on how they
I
answer it,
love asking
you
questions.
learn them. You know what I'm saying?
That's
yes.
my
You
thing.
learn them,
I'm
and
very
then
good
you
at asking
sometimes
questions. Yeah, I'm
yeah,
very good because I have a goal when I'm asking a question. So I'm going to try
most
to
definitely.
phrase the question
But
and
I
make
don't
sure
just
that I'm
ask a
putting you in the right
question.
position to
I
answer
actually
me. You feel me?
listen to the response.
Yes,
I actually listen to the response.
that's what's
I
missing. I feel like is listening, the listening factor in terms of when someone, if you pose a question to somebody, I would expect the person that answers back, you are listening to their response to the question you asked. You know, so like that's just
hmm
that's the part where
Well, we talked about that, the
right.
distractions. That's
You
what
can't
I was
just
trying to
ask
tell
a
you that there's a
question.
thousand distractions that you won't even get to the
You can't
question.
just ask a question uh, with ill intentions. You have to ask a questions
Like
with a a heed to hear what the other person is saying.
Read the
Because
definition down there.
then there's no communication. If you don't know what that person is giving you in response to the question that you just asked, you asked a question that was mute.
Read what it says. An interrogative expression often used to test knowledge. Often used, which that's where the problem comes in, which is most likely, or is used more common to test somebody's knowledge. In other words, I want to know what you know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I could be asking you a
Right.
question that I already know the answer to. See, this is what I'm trying to tell
Exactly.
you. And then there's
Bingo.
rhetorical questions also that doesn't need an answer
Mm-hmm.
because it's like a rhetorical question is another way of saying say less. You understand what I'm saying? It's just a different expression. But people have to understand how to weigh that.
Yeah, I
Think,
agree. I agree. I just feel like when it comes to posing a question, sometimes that person is not listening to understand, but rather respond to another question. And in terms of like when you're trying to have a discussion with people and come with a not even a solution, but a happy middle or a medium, sometimes there's like you can't just keep going in circles. It's counterproductive. You can't just keep asking the
that's why
same
you need a
question.
pinch hitter. You need a pinch hitter to come in and swing the bat because the batter's not doing good in the box. So you need a
You
pinch
need a
hitter to come
backup
in,
plan.
and you need a default, or like the host in this case will grab the attention of where the direction of the information or the narrative is going, right, and what we're talking about, and they'll say, okay, guess what, like as a host, you like what Kevin does. We talked about that already. I think we answered that already. I think we're beyond that. You understand? Like we're so basically, you're 100% right. The listening part on both sides, because look, you ask a question, right, to somebody, the person needs to listen to what they're saying, and then when you respond, the person that asks the question needs to listen too. They get both lost in translation.
Mhm.
So many things can happen when a question is asked. Do you know how many things we could sit here right now and write down? How many things can go right and how many things can go wrong in a question? And how much needs more effort, more stress, more questions, more attitude? You understand? Like it could turn into something else so fast if you're not. The bottom line is this: learn how to fucking speak. Okay, practice what you know how to speak, how to ask questions. Practice with people that you care about, and ask them questions. Do I sound like I'm coming across as this? Like practice it with other people that you care about. That way, when you talk with strangers, you don't come across as an asshole. You don't come across. You know how people
That
laugh sometimes when they're scared.
Yeah, I do that.
People react differently depending on you could ask somebody a stranger a question and you could look like some you could remind them of someone, give them PTSD or some triggers and they're ready to stab you. You understand? Like I'm not even playing with you. Like you could ask
Amiga,
people questions and they don't like your voice.
if you
yeah, I was
know
just about to.
you, if you know you, you will know how other people are.
But you don't know
No,
until
I was
they
about to
show
say. I
you.
was about to
You
say
don't you
that ain't
don't you
true.
don't know until they show you. That's why
Yeah.
you have to be
Right.
real careful with you don't ask a stranger and a person you know the same way. The person you know, you would adjust it a little bit because you know them. Now, there's a way to speak to strangers. People will say, I'm the same person all the time with everybody. Stop
Right.
it. Stop it. Stop the fucking bullshit. Because adjustments always have to be made in conversations, narratives, and people
Hell
change their
yeah, you
minds
have
every
to
day.
adapt. Hell yeah, you have
I'm
to
gonna put it
adapt
this
because
way though.
not
Oh
everybody
man.
will respond to that question or respond to that situation or that experience the same way. That's not going to happen. It's just
Yeah,
not.
that's
We don't know what's going to happen.
yeah.
That's
So
the
I'm
thing.
about to.
Think about this, Kev. Even when you ask somebody you know a question, you still don't know exactly what's going to happen. You could assume,
Exactly.
but you don't know what's going to happen.
Right.
That's the beauty of a question.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah. So that's
So
what I was just
when
about to.
you ask a
Oh
question,
my gosh. Go ahead, lovely. I'm gonna try to take a turn this time because y'all
go
was
ahead,
playing ping
Ken.
pong. I couldn't even get nothing in.
Go ahead, Ken.
I'm trying to hurry before I forget about what I was about to say. I gotta go all the way back to what he was saying about you get to know people based off the you could tell by depending on who you mess with or something like that. Hey, how did I
Yeah, yeah,
heard
yeah,
when
yeah,
you
yeah.
I heard what you said, but basically something like that. So I'm gonna put it like this way. Yeah, you could say that you can know people, but then again, different questions you get different type of answers and different type of reactions out of different questions. So different questions it would change you. It would make you understand people different way because they answer stuff different
That's
ways. Some
fine.
stuff that they actually already agree with you on. Some people they already, they
Thank
caught off guard.
you.
They don't know what they're standing on, what they're
Thank
talking about.
you.
Sometimes they don't know. What is that? I hear something. Who's
No, thank you for
oh
saying that
yeah, I'm about to
because
say
you
it
can
varies
ask a
because you.
question and then how are you going to respond?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. You will never know what type of you never know what type of response you get because like I said you can ask a certain intention or something but you don't know if a person gonna either come to their senses off that question. You don't know if they're gonna be defensive on it or you don't after a few times after asking them different times you like I say it's different reactions with different questions and it could be the same person, you know what I'm saying, because like yeah, that's not that wouldn't be a solid thing of getting to know some. Well, that is how you get to know somebody, but you get to know different parts of them based off of the different questions you ask them or something like that. That's all I was basically getting to with
So
that
do you
because
think
you won't
when we
truly
ask
never.
when we ask people questions that it feels like pressure?
It can.
It's always like that. This is part of
Not
life.
not
You know what
not
I'm saying?
every
It's only
not every
pressure.
not every
Yeah.
question is pressure.
No,
No.
not every question is pressure. Right? Exactly. I was about to say it's them choose whoever choose to be like it depends on how much knowledge they got on whatever they talking about. It can be pressure. It just depends because I pretty
Or how
sure.
comfortable they feel with the topic of the
Yeah,
question.
Right,
exactly. That
right.
too. Exactly. Most definitely.
What are you
Yeah.
asking the question
Yeah.
about?
Cause like if you really, the thing is like I've never had and to make it seem like I don't listen to understand or whatever, which that's what she's saying or something like that. It's like I've listened to a lot of stuff. My thing is I must didn't get a straight answer
Right.
that I was, that I was already asking for. Because a lot of people move the goalpost a lot with what they say. They would say one thing.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? It's not.
And
And
then
like
do
okay,
another.
we can go ahead. We can go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead and just put it because you trying to. I know you're talking about me. You saying that I'm not listening and understanding something like that. But the thing
Who
is,
did I didn't say that.
not you. I'm talking to Daniel. It's
Oh.
me and Daniel or whatever. Uh, the thing is that like I told you before, you and the other girl they kept switching. You're contradicting yourselves, and I'm trying to get you to understand that you're contradicting yourself because you will say one thing. And then as soon as I ask you the question about it, you'd be like, I already answered it, but you didn't because I wouldn't be asking that question if you already answered it. You just literally, I witnessed you adding something to it after I done talked about it. Because this how you know that you saying that I didn't listen and understand because you say if I did agree with you, then why would I re-ask you the same thing? Like you heard me when I said it or something like you said you heard me and I already said it, but I ain't hear you say it until after I said it. You like no, I did say what'd you say? I did say that you got a name call or something like that, but I didn't hear that. You said before that you had said it was they're attacking. They're attacking. That's what blaming me. My question was, what is blaming to you? Because everybody got their own definition of I'm not blaming bashing. Everybody got their own definition of bashing because I've been hearing this through a lot of people, and that's the only reason why I asked you because everybody will call something bashing because it hurt their feelings. But I was trying to tell you my whole point in that whole thing was like bashing is not just because it hurts your feelings or it's in a weird tone. It's like it got to be some type of insult behind it. You know what I'm saying? That was my whole point. But I never heard you say that until I mentioned the insult part, and then you was like, that's why my man's came in the box, and I was like, yeah, you finally said the answer that I was looking for. I heard him instantly when he said it. But you were saying that you been saying it. No, you was not saying it. Just like you were saying that about the what was that we was talking about you was oh you when we was I was talking about taking accountability. But then you, like I said, you would switch it up and be like, I like you was like you said you agree with me at first, like yeah, I agree with taking accountability. Then you say then you would say a story and be like yeah, but it wasn't her fault or something like that, and then it throw my brain off. Like, did you actually understand what I said? What accountability mean? Because you would not be saying the words that it wasn't her fault. Because like I said, that's the opposite of accountability. That's why I will re-ask you the same question again, so you can realize what you're saying.
Okay, can I answer? Really quick. Here's the thing. The When it comes to bashing and all of those things, I understand that there's different terms and
Yes.
terminologies behind it completely and utterly. I understand that. But I can even give an example for you in terms of um when we were talking about the court system. And after the live, I even asked several friends if what I said made sense, and they said yes. When it comes to the court system, and I said this clearly, that I do not think this is right. The reason why women have power in terms of custody is because they were the ones taking care of the children. In the past, generations before, women were the ones at home taking care of the children. And even in law, they teach you this, is that women are the ones who give nutrients to the baby in terms of breast milk. So it's not, and I'm not saying like men are absent fathers or they're in the home strolling around and completely ignoring their child. I was not saying that. What I was saying is that the reason why women have power within the court is because in multiple generations before, women are the ones who are at home taking care of the child. And even people in the comments, and even you posed the question, well, men are helping their kids, taking care of them. Completely understandable. But if you look in terms of the law, in terms of court, they're looking at it of which one happens more often, what is going on more often. And what's happening more often is that women are the ones who are taking care of the children. So what's going to happen? The court is going to give more power to the women in terms of custody, good or bad. Now, I'm not saying, hold on. I'm not saying that it's a good thing nor it's a bad thing. I'm saying in terms of what they posed and stated within the court system, that's why it is what it is, right? So I feel like there's times where I do admit to you, Kev, there are times where I try to um answer, and um it may not come away of like I'm kind of going around the question, or I'm diverting, or I'm going each and every way possible, but that's not what I'm trying to do. Like I that's why I came up here and I said I wasn't upset, I wasn't angry, I wasn't frustrated, nothing like that, because I knew I had to had a conversation with somebody else and realize that we were having a discussion to at least come up with some sort of solution. Oh
Mm.
wait, no,
Can I just say something, because that topic changed quick.
yeah, it moved around a lot, like
No,
a lot.
it moved around a lot because we were talking about um just life and the way that we maneuver through things and how we ask
Mm-hmm,
questions and how we communicate and how
mm-hmm,
we construct our communication within one another, and all of a sudden it turned into baby, like having being a single mom. That's not the way that things should always work. That's not how you construct a conversation. And I just I have a bad feeling about that. I have a bad feeling about that because we were on a really good mission, and
mm-hmm,
there was a lot of people in this live that were actually feeling about that. But that conversation was in another live that we were in, because I was with you on
mm-hmm,
another live that was in another live. And it's like, man, you got to know your place. You got to know your place. You got to know where you're at. And you also have to know where to meet people at. You also have to know where to meet people at. Some people are down in the dumps, and sometimes you got to get in the dump to be in the dump with them. Sometimes they're on the high, and you got to
mm-hmm,
get on the high with them. But you
mm-hmm,
cannot do that. You can't change the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
You can't change a live to the point to where it changes the whole conversation when there are many people in here that need to hear what needs to be heard.
Mm-hmm. And not just that. When we were talking about, like, our original topic was about the way TikTok, when it comes to lives right
I
now,
really
where,
don't care about TikTok.
yeah,
Where
me
are you
neither.
at? I
Yeah.
really don't care about TikTok.
But
I
it's like
really don't.
when it
No,
comes to,
can I just stop right here? Because
mhm,
I don't ever get loud. I don't
mhm,
ever get angry. I don't ever get feisty. I don't ever get mad. But this is my thing. There is a space that people make for people to come in here and
mhm,
actually be heard and
mhm,
actually be changed with somebody. People come in here and actually get healed in these spots. Healed in these spots. And when you change the topic and you change the subject and you get discounted and you want to go back and you want to bring somebody else's topic of another live into another live, it doesn't work. It doesn't work. That's not how we fix people. That's
yes.
not how we change people.
And
We can't gossip. We can't move. We can't say, well, he said, she said, all this shit. This is not how we create unity. This is
and
not what we do.
and that's the thing, Lovely. That's the thing, is that that's what our original topic was trying to kind of
Hold
say,
on.
is that
Let me say
if
this, please, people. I'm sorry. Am I muted?
oh no.
Okay. Listen,
I'm breathing. I'm
I am
breathing. I
always
promise.
speaking for the people in the comments, okay? Because we enjoy coming in these rooms and listening to the back and forth, but we can't do that if people are talking over people and cutting people off. So
Mhm,
here's the thing I challenge us all to do, right? Think about how many times you ask a question in a
mhm,
5 minute span. Think about how many times you answer a question in a 10-minute span. Let's all just reflect on the amount of times that we actually mute our microphone. Because we are saying this is happening, and sometimes it is just us, and it's because sometimes we are unaware. And I'm sorry if I'm coming off cold, but my patience level just won't allow me to enjoy the conversation if the person that is talking is just repeatedly being cut off with other pieces of what's on somebody else's mind that has nothing to do with the topic. Because from what I understand right now, what is going on is that the host and Danielle are hashing out a conversation that they had between them two earlier. And though I was on the live, I just want to let them get it out. Um, I don't want to be out of place, Kev, but I just feel like what you guys had to say was not done. And I just want us all to be aware of how many times people have to cut us off and bring us back to the subject at hand, because it just gets chaotic. And then, you can't get viewers up because we're not actually having a conversation. We're just kind of dancing around a topic that we can't finish. Does that make sense? Am I out of place? Am I alone in this? Because if so, I could just drop and go back and
well,
tap in. I don't have a
here's
problem.
here's the thing, Lovely. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to create spaces to argue or debate or to gossip or hash out things. What we were originally talking about in the previous live was basically having those safe spaces for people and not coming at people for choices and things that happen in their life. That was their that was our main topic, our main point of view, because even a few of the ladies on the panel were saying, I'm a single mother and I go on TikTok trying to decompress, and all I'm seeing is this, that, and the third, and I get overwhelmed and I just want to leave. You know what I mean? So what we were originally talking about was coming, like, we need to come to a consensus where it like this type of disrespect, especially to groups of people, should kind of stop happening on TikTok. If you want to have a debate or discussion, by all means, that's completely okay. And that's where it goes back to bashing. When is there a level of holding someone accountable, having a discussion, rather than sitting there and attacking somebody just because they have an opposing view?
Can I, Kev, can I say something? I don't want to overstep you. Okay, so I think, not to disagree with Nisha, or I don't know how to pronounce your name, but I thought
Yeah, that's it.
Lovely may have been addressing that this particular live was started with a different conversation, and the people that are attending this live, that's a personal beef between you two. Like, you know what I mean? Like, you're
Oh, it's
using the
not my
time
beat.
that we could be addressing something. I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought you said
You're
me.
using the time that, oh, no, I'm sorry. You're using the time that we can be, addressing a whole new topic. And maybe some people come here for an outlet, like a positive outlet, and not just to rehash something that happened earlier, something that we should bury. Is It just gets repetitive and tiring, because I don't know about y'all, but today has been an exhausting day on TikTok. Like,
Yes, Lord.
I think we can all agree to that. So,
What? Here's the thing.
it's
I just feel like, and
No.
I'm so sorry. I'm gonna drop. Y'all can drop me. Listen, I just feel like it would have been hashed out already if there weren't several interruptions. Because with all due respect, it is Kevin's live, and Daniela's here. To join the live. They can hash out stuff publicly if they want, but they can't do that and then get on with whatever else they want to do if it's constantly being interrupted. And the other thing is learning how to communicate is a great topic. It's an awesome topic. So I just don't think it's out of bounds for live.
May I add something here? Can you guys hear
Go
me?
ahead. Go ahead.
Hey,
Okay.
so.
Hey guys. I keep getting a phone call, that's why I keep dropping. But from what I've heard, I think what Lovely is saying, like, she's valid in how she feels. Because I've been on this platform with her and Kevin, with Niche and um a bunch of other people before, where we talked about the uniqueness of the space. And the reason why it's unique is because of the conversations we're able to have in a positive manner. So I understand that you guys have something to hash out. And from
I do.
what I've heard before, it was going in circles. So think
Yeah.
about it. If it's going in circles, you guys are
It's no
literally
point.
saying the same thing different ways, and you keep going back and forth about it. If I'm somebody that consumes this content, I come here for that positive conversation. I'm not going to be
True.
happy about sitting here listening to you guys go in circles. And I think that's and correct me Lovely if I'm wrong, but I think that's where she's coming from, because
Yeah.
she has said this before. I have said this. You have said this, Kevin, about the type of space that you run and why you have regulars come through here, right?
Yeah.
So it's one thing. I get where Nisha's coming from too,
I
right?
was just about to
I
say, yeah, she
yeah,
most definitely, she right
yeah,
about that
I
though,
get
because it
I
would have
get
been over with if everybody else wasn't jumping in, and then the
right. No,
same, and
no,
it's weird though because Lovely, she, even though
no,
she's
no.
saying that, but
I
she was
get
the
that.
same one that was cutting it off, but then it would have
Wait,
been
wait,
over a
wait,
whole long
wait,
time
wait,
ago.
wait, wait,
Corian,
wait, wait. I get that, right? I get what Nisha was saying is that it would have been done
it
if
would have been.
there weren't other interruptions. Cool, but guess what? Even from the very beginning, like when I was first in here before I dropped, even from that beginning, we already came to the conclusion that you guys were saying the same thing. So for the conversation to even continue, to me, it's like pointless. That's what like AJ asked before they left. They were like, what is the point of continuing the debate if you guys understand that you're saying the same exact thing, just two different ways? That's what I'm saying. Like that was way before. That was in the beginning when I was in here before I left the first time, right? So that should have been like the end of it. But like y'all wanted to keep going,
It,
and for people that come here for the positive things that you give, that's like it's kind of like the opposite of what you usually give. And I think that's where the emotions are coming from. Does that make sense?
It
I
does.
feel
It
you,
Well,
makes
but
perfect sense. Can I just say this though, so
I'm
so?
gonna step in my comments and say that nothing changed until the comments or the conversation from another live came into this live, and that's the challenge that I have. That's a challenge that I have because we were not talking about single moms in this live until it got brought into this live. And that's the thing. It's like when other people go in and say, well, this person did this and this person said this, it's gossip. It's high school. It's high school. And that's how people get bananaed. That's how we can't just we cannot heal people if we get to a point where we are bananing people or telling people that they're cut off or that they're estranged from another life because they're moving over to another life or because you're changing your conversation and you're bringing that same conversation to another life. That conversation had nothing to do with this live when Hormiga was in here. Nothing. And that's what I don't get. It's like, stay on topic.
I think you missed the fact that they were talking about it before you realized they were talking about it. And the other part
Not in
to
Kevin's
it,
life.
yeah, from the beginning of this live, they were talking about it. I don't think you realized that.
In the very, very, very beginning.
Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
all right, man. Lovely. You got to understand that. Okay, sometimes the whole point of this was to because obvious that me and Danielle, she always in the live. She just like kind of like fam like you, no different. You know what I'm saying? She's been in here. Okay, we came to whatever disagreement or something like that. The point of me and her talking about it. And I know that Sosa was saying that we already had, we never get to the point because her mind got redirected because of what Hormiga said. He came and said his part. Then Lully was tapping in at the same time. That's why it got extended longer than it was supposed to be. Both of
No,
them was,
Kevin, that
saying their
before
part.
Ormiga even spoke, because I dropped and came back because I got a call. Before I left, AJ even asked you guys, what is the point of continuing this conversation if you guys can both agree? And Daniela even said, oh, yes, that makes sense. That makes sense. And
Can you let Kevin explain?
shortly
Can you
after
let
that,
Kevin
like I got a
explain?
call and I dropped.
Can you let Kevin explain? Because I'm maybe I misunderstood.
Look, whatever, man. It is what it is. We just gonna
I
leave it
think that
alone, man.
earlier we talked
Just
about
leave
when
it
we don't
alone.
agree what's going on in somebody else's life that we can just leave and come back. Because I know I do that sometimes.
I was just trying to build another understanding. That was all that was. You know what I'm saying? Because obviously, like I said, I was joking earlier. She had this speaker mind. I understand that she's a passionate young lady and stuff, but I was just trying to get her to, understand from a. But sometimes it's hard like that. I was just trying to give her different, more than express different, different point of views and stuff of what I was letting her know that I was hearing what she was saying, but
Mhm.
my way of thinking and all that stuff. It was nothing against it. That was my whole point, and I was trying to say it different ways or whatever because I didn't get to say that in the other live or whatever. Because I realized she came in here and she felt I guess she still felt a certain way, which I didn't know that, until she had said it or whatever.
Yeah.
And through
But I
this
understand
live,
everybody got their own mental. I mean, everybody got their own way of stuff. Some people,
Right.
pride get to it sometimes. All that I understand that stuff. Like whatever, you know what I'm saying. But that's why I try to adjust with people and all that stuff. Because me myself, I don't. So it depends on the situations. I don't hold. I try not to hold stuff against people because I grew to realize that everybody has their own way of thinking. Everybody got their own belief, all that stuff, whatever. I understand that. So I just like, if something happened in another life, maybe I mentioned it or something like that, like what I was talking about earlier before, but I I just leave it, let it go, because sometimes there's always some situation where you gotta agree to disagree, or if you already figured a person out before they figured something, well, you got your way of how you figured. How I'm trying to say this. If you already figured something out, you got your own answer, and that's what I kind of did earlier. It's no point, and that's what I should have did. I said I already got my answer a while ago, but I was just trying to get. I'm not trying to say because I'm not trying to start nothing, but it's
Oh
just
Lord. Just say it at
no. I
this
can't. I
point.
can't say it because I'm not
We
trying to
we are
start something. But
we already did it.
I'm good at. I'm gonna say I'm good at reading situations and stuff. I'm good at reading like certain people because a lot of stuff be repetitive type things or whatever. It's
Mhm.
repetitive as you like talk to many different people and all that stuff. And I just was trying to see if I can, and when that's why I was asking so many questions. I just try to figure
Mhm.
out if some people, because some people will understand what I be meaning out of my questions. Sometimes some people, like she was saying, that she got irritated or something, or she felt like, and I'm like, I'll just re-explain it like that. I didn't want you to get irritated, or I don't want you to feel like it was going that way or whatever. It was just I wasn't getting a certain answer that I was trying to, I was trying to get out of it or whatever. And I try to give her many reasons why I felt like she was moving off the subject or whatever. But I
Mhm.
mean, it is what it is. I only know what I knew on my side. She felt what I felt. So at the end of the day, it's like, yeah, it really ain't no point in really talking about it because it will be a circle or something. I'm trying to get her to
And
understand me. She trying to get me to understand her, but it be like that. So I
and
just, I
here's
gotta let it go sometimes.
here's the thing I would say, to clarify. I did not come here to start drama. I did not come here to um get an argument with Kev, because me and Kev are cool. I'm fine with Kev. If I had a real problem with him, I would have called him up and be like, "Hey, yo, I have this issue with you." But I don't have an issue. I think in order to have productive discussions, like talking about things that went wrong and things that went right, is very valuable. Even through this live that we had, like me and him talking right now, and even having um like other people come in, I feel like I learned more about how the way I should communicate what I'm trying to express and what I'm trying to say within discussions. And I need to have more patience when I'm trying to talk to somebody. So I would have not had that clarification nor that progress if we did not talk about it right now. Now, like I said again, like I was not trying to come in here and start anything, because I know how it feels to try to have a safe space within a live, and then someone comes and completely ruins that, or completely trumps on the happiness of a live, or having like a formal discussion, because that's quite literally what happened in the other live. So I would never want to do that to somebody else, or even within their life. So I apologize to you, Kev and
Look,
Lily.
at the end of the day, it will be the host. It will never be your fault. You know what I'm saying? It will be the host. So it's obvious. Even with this situation, I don't feel that you, because I felt like that we both had to talk about something. So I wouldn't say that you disturbed a safe place, because my stuff can go either way and all that stuff. Like I said, my stuff is about solution. So if I'm trying to make a solution out of this situation that we got to do, sometimes it got to be a little back and forth to get to a solution sometimes. So it can't be always peaches and butterflies and all that stuff all the time. It's just gonna be like that, especially if it's somebody that if I feel like it's worth, if it matter, you know what I'm saying, if it's worth talking about. So it might not always go the way that my audience wanted to go, but sometimes stuff got to be done. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about solutions and stuff. That's
Mhm.
all I'm about. You know what I'm saying? So if I got to squash something with, if I feel like they're a friend or not, or if I feel like it's a situation we need to talk about, I'm gonna talk about it, because my stuff, it don't, we could, if it's negative or positive, it's still, like I said, no matter what, that's my whole goal of this room, is we can disagree on anything. It just long don't get disrespectful. So it was no attention was gonna be disrespect, but it ain't gonna say that it's gonna always be, or it's going to be a What I'm trying to get to about that, it's
I'm,
always not gonna
I'm
be peachy
Basically,
peachy all the
basically,
time.
you could
let,
you
let
could
me tap on to into this. With there is no solution or no resolution if you can't deal with the conflict. If you can't deal with the conflict, you will not come to a resolution or a solution. So however you guys handle this, how everything got transpired and all that, it's been a very cordial conversation. Let's just say that. Whatever, I don't even know what was in the mix of that, you know? So
Like
I'm
I
I
said,
just
I got a different tolerance bar from everybody else. I know everybody can't. They got different. They can't take certain stuff or whatever. But I'm not. You know, that's the difference between me being a host and some people can take certain stuff, some people can't. So if I felt like I understand, like even if okay, say if the live was too much or something like that, I understand. I will respect if somebody got to leave or something that they can't handle a certain situation. But me myself, I can. It's only so much I can. It's so much I can take, and so much I don't. But sometimes I just want to understand people, like I was talking about before with the understanding stuff. I communicate to understand. That's like that's never gonna change about me and stuff. So I'll be trying to understand. I will ask a bunch of questions. I will try to figure it out. I will try to
so
try to
Kevin.
resolve a conflict or whatever to understand where we getting to, so I can know what decisions I got to make or not. You know what I'm saying? So what you was
So
about to say,
Kevin,
Sosa?
so what you're saying is that you're not necessarily tied to the topic at hand. You're more what is it? Your priority is understanding. Your priority is whatever it is we're talking about. We're digging deeper, correct?
You talking about as in like my topics in general?
No. I'm saying that you're for you, it's not necessarily you're not tied to the topic, which means they could say whatever on the background, but if the conversation goes a different way, you're willing to pursue that and you're willing to get an understanding of whatever that topic is, and then we could always come back to whatever is on the board, correct?
It depends on the situation though, for real. It would
Okay.
depend on who it is, what it's about, or it just
Right.
depends. Or
Obviously
it depends if it has
something
something to do with
productive.
me or not sometimes. So
Right.
it just depends.
Right. So if it
Yeah.
is something productive, at least in your eyes, then you're gonna be, it is your platform, right? You can do whatever you want. But you're willing to like pursue it and then come back to whatever. Like you're more fluid. Yeah, that's a good word,
Yeah.
Shauna. You're fluid with it. Like you're okay if we get a
Yeah.
little bit off topics and
Yeah.
you just want us to dig deeper. Cause that's what I think that's one thing that I've noticed about you, and you say this all the time, is that you just
Mhm.
want an understanding. Like even when we get
Yeah.
caught up in it, you ask certain
Mhm.
questions to get us to think deeper, and
Yeah, and
that's what you're about.
Yeah.
even
oh,
within his topics, he talked about there was one time where I came in, he was talking about ego and pride. And then we switched off to talking about food recipes and soul food. And then we talked about um like online dating and stuff like that. So it just like I feel like with Kev's live, everything kind of just goes wherever it goes and having a discussion. Like that's
well,
why I like his lives. Because it just goes wherever it goes.
I
But
feel,
go ahead.
I feel you, Danielle. I feel you, Danielle. Where, you know, topics can get changed really quick, but it's like you have to you have to be in a position to be able to know when to change that topic, because that's how toxic lives happen, when somebody changes the topic so
Yeah. But
quick that it like fires up. And what we want to do is we want to say, okay, you changed the topic, so let's embrace it. Let's embrace it.
we know
The
this not
the
no
only
toxic
difference
live though, right?
Wait, yeah, the only difference,
Right.
lovely, here is that these are not people that are like trying to fight each other, and I get exactly where you're coming from, because that is exactly how it starts. Some random person comes in and starts something, says something outrageous, and now we're, it's a toxic life.
They get
I get
blocked.
it, but I think that the only difference here is that no one was being disrespectful. They were literally trying to get an understanding. That's the only difference here, but I get where you're coming from. It's just it's like this room is operated like completely differently, and there's no way that, well, let me not say never, but as long as I'm here and I'm modding, we ain't gonna get into. It's not
I
gonna
get
turn
you.
into.
I
You
get
know
you.
what I
I
mean?
get
It's not
you.
gonna turn into a toxic live.
It
So I
doesn't, and
understand
it
where you're
doesn't.
coming from, though.
Yeah, I appreciate
Can I?
that. And I get where you guys are coming from too. And
Yeah.
that's where it's a learning lesson for me too. Because I've been in these lives a long time with Kev, and then like we've got people switching in and out, and like people don't understand the concept or the ideas or what we're
Right.
trying to do. What we're trying to do. We're actually trying to build unity, actually trying to build actually trying to Kevin, I swear, you create conflict just so we can create solutions. It's all your fault. It's all
And
your fault.
I say that this is a great sign of someone that's a true supporter, because when people
Right,
don't care, they don't care. They just come in here, they're gonna listen. If it's something that's,
right.
spicy, they're gonna share the live to get people to, come in and watch the drama, and then they're gonna go.
Hmm.
But people that actually
Yeah,
support you,
because
they're gonna feel like
because
they
the
have a
drama
take
comes
in
and
it.
goes. Because the drama has to happen. The conflict has to be discussed in order for us to find solutions. Like it can't be just discounted. That's a problem with society.
And I would
Everybody wants to just discount shit and just like brush it under the rug. No, the stuff has to be discussed so that we can come to solutions. And then when we discuss solutions, the problem is people argue over solutions. Like, no, don't want to do that. No, we can't
Um,
argue over how we're going to resolve shit. Like,
go ahead,
um,
Kev. I know you've been waiting.
Oh, I ain't got nothing.
Oh,
I just
okay.
listen to everybody say their stuff.
I
Y'all
was
want me to
gonna.
go back
Oh,
to
now
preaching again? I
now you
guess I
don't
got
want to
another
talk.
30 minutes to preach
Oh,
again, I guess.
Niche,
I
you
was.
hear
I
that?
swear
Now
I'm
he
going to
don't want
start
to
my
talk.
live soon. I
Lord,
swear I'm going to do it. I
can I
swear.
just say something real quick?
Hmm.
Um, I didn't mean any disrespect when I
Oh,
came on to say what I needed to
oh
say.
yeah.
I hope everybody understands that. So I am
Yeah.
so
We get
grateful.
you.
I'm so grateful that you brought the other side of that coin, because that's valid. And I think Kev makes a safe space where everybody feels heard. And we do love that about his lives.
Yeah.
And Lovely, you asked some great questions. Like, honestly, I mean that. You asked some really good questions. It's just sometimes they're in the middle of the conversation and we want to answer them so bad, it does interrupt the conversation at hand. So I didn't mean any disrespect when I came in and said what I had to say, because I appreciate your opinion and your questions as well. It's just we can't hear it and we can't deal with everything at one time. That was my
Got you.
only point. So
Yeah.
I'm gonna go back and tap.
But okay, I look, Niche, I'm gonna speak on this though. It's something I
Niche,
did
you know he
notice.
you his favorite. Don't go nowhere.
You know what?
Right, we better not go nowhere, right? So I'm
I'm
talking
trying
about.
to tap.
But but lovely, I did notice this though. Because I know you are big on, you say that you don't like confrontation and all that stuff. I notice you do that a lot. And then what you would do is when you feel like confrontation come, you will move. You will ask you ask good questions though, but you will ask a question where it will kind of, and that's what Niche was getting to. Like you will it's like it's like a good question, but it interrupts the ability of no, I ain't gonna say ability, a chance of a
Flow.
resolution coming, some type of thing, agreement or something that could come, but you would ask a different question that would throw it would shift off, it would shift the something that could possibly get a solution to it or whatever. Because the thing is, it would throw somebody else's mind off when you ask. It depends on the question you ask. But when you would throw somebody's mind off, if somebody going back and forth or something like that, and then you come in the middle like, but what are y'all gonna do about it? You know what I'm saying? What are you? What are you at the end of the day? But that would not. That's not an answer that somebody looking for in the middle of somebody trying to resolve something. And that will extend something longer than it is, because it would throw somebody mind off, especially if both of them, depending on whoever, not really paying attention to the other thing, it would throw the mind off, and then it would make it seem like that their answer was never answered. I mean, their question was never really answered or something like that.
But I think
But I
that
noticed you, huh?
I was gonna say that has to do with different perspectives, though, because you could be
Yeah.
talking about something, and I'll ask a question, and in my head it connects, but in your head it doesn't. right? So I
Yeah.
think we just need to be able to communicate and say, okay, well, that's not really the path that I want to go down. That's not the route that I
Mm,
want to take. Let me answer this, and then we can circle back to that. It's just
y-
simple, communication. Because there's
yeah.
things that will connect with some people, and it won't with with you or other people on a panel.
And
Yeah.
not just
But
that,
reason
let's
why
clarify the difference between having a discussion, a debate, and drama and gossiping. Like, I feel like those are all different things. And sometimes bringing up an issue or talking it out with someone or talking about a past issue or whatever the case may be is not always necessarily drama and gossip. Sometimes it's literally trying to analyze a situation that occurred and what needed to be fixed. Because even I didn't even realize until me and Kev had this discussion that there were at times where I think I was getting snappy with him because I was like, well, I explained this before previously. But it's like, well, sometimes people are not going to look at something you explained to them like 5 days ago. So to have that clarification and to have that discussion with him did help me a lot.
yeah. Okay, I liked it. I like how she said that was some real talk. But lovely. This is what I was trying to finish
No,
up though.
I
Like
appreciate that. And I
look
appreciate that. And that's something that I need to take in and encounter myself
I,
with
look, lovely. I want to finish this last part though before you answer that because this is like a last little piece I was about to say that that's just something I just noticed about you. That's all it is. It's just I understand. Like I said, I understand that you don't like confrontation like that a lot, but what you do is, and I realize you adjusted to because I understand you probably can't take a lot, and that's why I know why you be so passionate about trying to switch the subject and all that stuff. That's something I noticed about you that you feel like when somebody fighting, you feel like it's or if you feel like it's fighting or something like that, you feel like it's too much, so you want to shift the thing. But I understand that you want to end that conversation quick, but some stuff can't be ended quick enough because you try to end it real quick, we still will never get that problem resolved. Sometimes it takes a little time to get to a conclusion or a resolution or whatever. Well, I don't know if I said the right word. I might have used two big wrong words wrong and stuff like that. I hope I did and said it loud and clear on this thing.
No, you
But
were right.
no, you were
yeah,
right. You were
sometimes like
right.
it can't, even though it might hurt, hurt your or you don't like that hearing that
It
stuff. It's like it gotta happen sometimes. It gotta happen.
it
But you know
does.
my lives is not always like that though. You know what I'm saying?
It
So
does.
sometimes you gotta
It
let it. You
does.
get yeah,
It
yeah,
was something I needed to hear. It was something I
yeah,
needed to hear and something that helps me grow.
yeah,
Being on your platform for as long as I've been on your platform, it makes me realize where I got to come from. That's the
yeah,
accountability that I have to take and the understanding and the responsibility of like, okay, maybe I shouldn't ask a question at this point, or
yeah.
maybe I need to listen just a little bit more.
Yeah.
Maybe I
But I
just
know
need
you
to
be wanting the
listen just a
conversation to get over quick because you like, I don't want y'all hash.
little.
I noticed that. I've been noticed that about you a while ago because you were trying to switch it quick like, but what about this? Where do y'all
Yeah,
do
yeah,
Well,
if
yeah,
y'all
yeah.
didn't
listen,
have this?
listen.
But but
Not too
but
much on
I was
Lovely.
in a learning process, but it doesn't
Yeah,
mean that I didn't learn nothing. And that's
I
what I
feel it.
appreciate about this live. Like that's what this is about. This is how we that's what this is about. I'll
And
take it. I'll take
and
I
it.
not
think
just
that
that.
there's value there too because sometimes we do need to get pulled back. Like
Hmm.
let's be honest, sometimes we get caught up in whatever it is, we go down the
Mhm.
rabbit hole and we do need somebody to pull somebody to pull the live back and something like that. It's just again, it's communication. Like we need to be able to communicate like is this something that I need to get pulled back from or is this a conversation I'm trying to get to the bottom of? And it's a simple okay Lovely, like or whoever said it, it's a simple yeah, like that's not the path I want. I kind of want to just figure this one out, give me a
I got
second.
26 people.
That's all it takes. That's
Everybody
all.
want to pop up when I gotta get off soon in a minute.
Not
25 people.
not
Why
Let
are
me
just
get
you
the
that.
getting
fuck on
off?
that. Boo. Cause I gotta work. I
I
got one
wish
more,
there.
but I get to be on all tomorrow though. Like, I mean, you ain't gotta, you know what I'm
No,
saying? All
no,
And can I
Kevin, that's
just
not
say,
fair.
when it comes to finding solutions, problems, and everything like that, sometimes giving someone a solution to talking right away it's not always the best idea because they need to go through a process in order to get to that solution. Like like if you just get like, let's for example, I'm arguing with like a significant other, and my mom just says, well, you just need to do this and be done with. But sometimes in relationships, even friendships, when you're having that dialogue or even arguing, you're
Oh
going
shoot,
through
my
that
phone about to die.
process to eventually get to that solution. If you rush to that solution, sometimes the things that you have to stay off your chest or the things that you feel will not get put on the table and might get brought up later.
Yeah, it's just as long as it's going towards a solution,
We're
that's
being all
fine. I
mushy
think
on.
that's what Lovely was touching on, is that it starts like that, but nobody really reaches a solution. It just turns into a yelling match. And that's what we try to avoid. So I think we're all on the same page as far we just need to communicate if something is going a certain way so that everybody's aware of what's happening.
Yeah.
You know?
I'm gonna sound different now, y'all. Man, I took my headset out. It's like I gotta pick my poison. I either gotta charge my phone or use the mic at
You
the
got your
same time. I
mic
just
on?
went
Are
down to
you
six
Kevin.
DJ
percent.
Kev now?
Yeah, I probably sound like a little puny man now and stuff. I'm sick.
Wait, you don't need a
I'm
mic for
sick.
that.
I sounded all powerful. Huh?
I was making
Oh,
fun of you. I
I
said you
love
don't
you
need a
all,
mic for that.
and that's what. If only we could spread it. This is what you need to do, Kev. You need to spread this panel to YouTube. You need to put it on different platforms because the message that many of us are spreading with dealing with constructive criticism or hey, I'm gonna call you out or don't call me out or whatever it is, it needs to be presented. It needs to be presented on a different platform. I've got a university. You can come to my page. You can come to my
Right.
page.
Wait, can
University.
you
I'm
talk
I'm
about
telling
curious
how
on
you.
how your page
can
gonna
you
go. They probably ain't
wait,
gonna even get a piece of word out. Oh, you said something negative? Boop.
block?
No, not my
Block.
page, my real life.
it's,
Like
it's
I'm in real
over.
life. I'm on a college university like radio station. Like people
What tip
don't
is Uncle
like,
Clyde on?
Oh,
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 Uncle Clyde's here. Where's he
What is he
been?
talking about down there?
oh,
He said, "Who can call me now?"
Right.
I
I'm
oh,
can
trying to
imagine
figure
him
out
oh.
where
saying
he
it in
Only
that
been.
Where did
accent too,
he
with the
come from?
Trinidad
I
accent
Wait, I
though.
haven't
have
seen
a
him in
Who
a
question,
going to calling
minute.
me out?
everybody.
I
so
Can
miss
we
so
my
talk
Uncle
about how
okay.
Clyde.
AJ went and got
I
tacos
just
and didn't tell nobody?
right, but
Are
No,
are you
for real,
AJ
sending me
made me
mine? Because I'm
hungry.
waiting. I'm waiting.
but like
I'm
for
waiting
real
for
though,
my
AJ, stop
tacos.
making me hungry.
hold up, for real though. I only wanted to come up here so in the box, and I know this is gonna irritate Kevin. But I just wanted to be like purr.
Per.
Oh my gosh!
Clyde,
Why?
This box so
my
quick.
oh
Why?
my goodness.
We supposed to leave that back in 2023, man.
Clyde,
Come on,
Per.
where
man.
have
We
you
not about to
been,
bring
my
that.
love? Where have
We
you
not about to bring that back.
been?
What's the deal?
Peace and
Uncle
love,
Clyde is in
What
the
Clyde,
is the
give me
deal,
your
building. You
Uncle
know we about to
email.
Clyde?
get some wisdom
Where have
words for
you
the
been? I've
Oh,
missed you. I've missed you. I haven't seen
one
you
last
in
thing.
anything.
One last
I
thing.
mean,
Let me Kevin,
I did just my hours are moving wrong. It kind of awkward. It don't fall in place with some people at times, right?
Mm,
At
mm,
times I go be moving about and people wouldn't hear from me, nor would they see me, right? Sometimes that does be good in life. Good. Not all the time somebody needs to see you,
mm-hmm.
right? Always
Right,
remember that.
bro. What
right.
is J
Hey,
Love talking
I'm
about
gonna
this
drop
Let
time?
for
him
J
talk.
Love.
Let him talk. Let him
Yes,
talk.
yes, yes. I'm
No,
dropping for
if
J Love.
anybody, if someone have a question, they could go ahead and ask. Where they gone?
What happened? Damn, what happened to everybody?
What?
Damn.
Clyde,
Where they
how
gone?
you been?
Yeah.
How you
Well,
been?
good. Lovely. I've been good. I've been there. I've been, watching,
Notice
you
the two
know.
people said per they got booted out. Told you
Oh,
stop saying that
sure.
word on this app.
Bring back up, so, and thing.
All right, what they
Bring, bring, bring them back up, man. Bring them back up. Just that Last night
Why don't
I
you leave
was
that back
on
in?
last night I was on Guru Live and I get real pissed off, right? Now I don't like to get pissed off and thing, but you see when big people talking illiterate, it hurts. Especially when you say you have an education.
Mm-hmm.
That is the part that hurt even more, right? And to boot is a woman putting down a next woman.
Mm.
When I've been always coming up here and trying to get my women and them to get together, because I tell all you, it have a storm coming and all you is the forefront, you know.
I just made
All you
comment
might
the
be
other
funny.
day, Clyde, and maybe you would agree that women need to uplift women right now.
Yeah. Now let me tell all you something.
We can only do that by stop trying to accept bad behavior. That's how we uplift them. We be
Yeah.
uplifting
Right.
them the wrong
Now
way.
listen to this.
Women
Now
need to
listen to
talk
this.
to women.
Now listen to this. The bad behavior was implemented in them. The system have been doing it for years, right? I don't blame you all, right? I don't blame no woman for getting on the way how they're getting on. Even the whole topic about modern day women and even the whole topic about body count and all them kind of crap, they're showing all you off. They're showing all you off. I'm talking about every single woman, be it pink, yellow, green, whatever damn color it is.
Right.
You hear what I'm telling you?
Mm-hmm.
Because if I is the most wealthiest man in the world, and I see in the world getting overpopulated, which meaning my wealth going and stop. Come in. Ain't it? Ain't
Mm.
it? Because there's more people being coming into the world, and so which meaning my wealth is going to slow down. The majority of wealth I wouldn't be keep getting. I wouldn't be getting it because people making children and other people want to get rich too. And
Mm-hmm.
all right. So wait is I have to do now. I have to implement things to keep all you fighting amongst one another and trying to get all you to spend all your money by me.
Mm.
This thing deep, you know.
Very
This
deep.
thing real deep, you know.
That's
It's
what she
it's
said.
Because
like we were talking earlier, and even in another live, there is substance beyond the surface. There is so much. There is so much substance beyond the
let,
surface, beyond
all
what
right.
you look like, beyond
Let me
what you
tell all you
feel
something,
like.
right? Loveless. I'm going to tell all
Yes.
you something, and this going and hit all you in all your chest. A family that stays together don't spend much. When a family is broken up, you spend
Mm-hmm.
more. All you think why telling all you know. Think about waiters are telling, sit down and think good about waiters are telling all you know. When there's a family, you don't spend much. Because when there's a family, you buy in bulk, so everything costs cheaper. When you break up the family now into pieces, everybody have to buy for themselves. And and
And grow for
all
your
right.
and grow for yourself.
I just
And
thought
that was
about
one
it.
thing that
She
we
got her
talked
page
about.
back. I never
You
thought
gotta
about that.
grow for yourself too. You got to
All right.
build with yourself, grow with yourself. We were talking about food earlier. We were talking about like the different ideologies, the different growths that comes with this system. This system is just, I'm just gonna say it fucked up. I don't give a fuck if I get
It's
bananas.
broken.
I don't even care.
It's
The
broken.
system is so fucked up.
Speaking
Yo,
It's
of
like,
effed up, speaking
it
of
just
effed up,
messed up. It just messed up. And the more we keep dwelling on the problems and not coming up, if we find what causes the problems and all you know what causes the problem, then work on what causing the problem. When you work on what causing the
that
problems,
part.
then solutions would come easier.
Yeah.
You feel
The
me?
solutions are simple. The solutions are simple. They're very simple.
But let me tell you something. The basic thing in life is very hard for any individual to do.
And what's that?
I say the basic things in life is the hardest thing for individuals to do.
Well, and how many times do I tell you that the hardest relationship that we have with ourself is the one with ourself? Like it's the simplest thing, but it's the hardest thing. Is that
No,
the
no, lovely, lovely. When you're talking about self, that is a totally different topic. When you're talking
ah
about dealing with society, and when you want to build,
mm-hmm.
that's different.
Oh, it's very different.
Right. So
It's
this is
very
this what
different.
it is I'm speaking on here.
But
You
does it
have
not start with
no no no
self?
no 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 no. It doesn't start with self, right? Because this has to deal with you and your family and the people you live amongst in society.
Mm.
Because always remember, yes, we just be by ourselves and we just want to stay to ourselves and whatnot. But at the end of the day, you still have to deal with somebody in society.
Right. Right. We always got to deal with somebody else.
Right. Good.
Well,
So within that,
relationships, weren't we born into a relationship? We were born into a mother. So we actually desire a relationship. We actually are naturalistic into a relationship, right? So relationships are normal to us. It's what type of relationship do we want, or do what we
right.
need,
But
or do what
now
we
listen,
desire.
just now, you're still going back with the relationship thing. It has nothing to do with that. It's about wanting to keep your family together in this society that we live in,
Mm-hmm.
right? Because
Mm-hmm.
we would meet some we significant other who gonna have kids who want to adopt kids and stuff like this, right?
Mm-hmm.
When we grow as individuals, not knowing family, we lose knowing and really experiencing the greater things in life,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Because when you sit down and you sit down on this park bench, and the park bench behind your back, you hear the family and them they talking about how they spend the days, how the children is, how the niece and the nephew and this and that and whatnot and whatnot. What going on with your mind?
Mm-hmm.
You sit down there now, contemplating on what could have been, right?
Woulda, shoulda, coulda. Mm-hmm.
Right. Now
Woulda,
we had
shoulda,
to
coulda.
know what society is putting in our faces to know what we're dealing with.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you gotta get
Right?
to know. You gotta infiltrate.
No, not
Yeah.
much people would have the ability to see it, right? Not
Mm-hmm.
much people would because we living in a world where majority of human beings are caught up in the world of man.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
world of man and also the
because
world of the world. The world
which
of the
is
world.
which is things of man, which is man-made things, are talking about vanity, are talking about imagine this, right? Majority of young kids, they're not studying to really work. They want to be entertainers.
Yeah,
All they
they
watching
want
what?
the lifestyle. But Clyde,
Who
let
want
me
to be
address
a
something that you
rapper
said.
and who
I
want to
want to
be a
address.
model, and check what the children and them gravitating to, like people insane.
You know, and I was
That's
talking about this on the other day, Clyde, is like the exploitation. Why do you
But
want
guys,
to
they
be
don't do it to
exploited?
relate children. Let me tell all you something. The
Hmm.
mashing up the community to create.
okay. I'm glad you stopped because there is no they. There's just us. And this
Hmm.
is, I want to address what you said. It
Thank
starts
you.
with self. It always starts with self. And the one thing that self needs to improve itself and other, the world is truth. If we do not be true to ourselves, we cannot be true to others. The lies that we tell ourselves will become the lies that we tell to other people. And we'll get with you
Hmm.
and you'll think that everything is fine, which it is. But that lie that you're lying to yourself with then hurts us. Then we call this person,
Mm.
oh, you a liar. They're not a liar. They just don't have knowledge of self.
Mm. Nice, 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 nice.
I always
Guys,
say that, Aaron.
now
What
when you
what you
have
give to yourself, if you ain't giving truth to yourself, what do you think you're gonna give to the world?
Right.
right now,
Hey,
listen to
I'm gonna let J Love go because I gotta go to bed, man. I
yeah,
was
Jay.
stretching.
Hi, darling.
No worries.
Hello, hello. I really came up here because of what Clyde said when he first got on about how he got into a live and the live just it I'm over lives. Like I know I've said that jokingly and things like that, but
Yeah, man.
today I was in a live and my thing is this. I've never negated and I don't negate what men are feeling, right? I don't. I don't negate that women have bad behaviors. I don't negate any of that. I never said, you've never heard me say that it doesn't happen, is not existent, and things like that. My issue, and it is and will forever be, until we start finding solutions to these issues and these problems that, because let me tell you something, if I come to you and I ask you, I'm a person and I teach this to my children. Don't come to me without a problem, without some sort of solution that you've thought of, right? You've got to come to me with, well, hey mom, I went and put gas in my car, but my debit card didn't work and I didn't, well, what did you do? You know what I mean? Like there are solutions or at least thought about processes. But we're living in a time where if we continue to blame other people, like Clyde and Aaron said, and we never look within self, we will never get these problems solved. And what I'm tired of as a woman, I'm tired of as a woman, being a good woman, being a decent woman, being a woman of substance. I'm tired of you saying to me, these women need to fix themselves. But then when I go to tell them, hey, ladies, let's talk about it this way, it's, well, don't sugarcoat it. Well, don't make them feel better. Well, stop telling it to them softly. Like, come on. We all receive things differently. If I get on this platform, Kev, right now, and I say to you, well, you need to, well, you should, uh, you're going to be like, what? And you're going to go into a whole different mode because you know that those are trigger words for you. You
It would
don't want
depend on
to,
what you're talking about. Depending on, because I take it. Sometimes I take stuff as motivation too. If you say I need to start eating straight, or I need, it depends on what you're talking about, though. It just
right.
depends.
Yes, no, I'm not talking about something helpful. But if I get on here and I
Okay.
tell you, Kevin, you need to make six figures in order to be a better man
Oh.
or a woman. Exactly. Hello? Do you hear what I'm saying? You heard what I said, right?
I almost ended the live too
If I
early
get
now.
if I get on here and I say, Kev, you need to start eating healthier because you eating chicken wings every day ain't gonna do nothing but run your cholesterol up. That's a different conversation. I'm not
It
saying
will
come
make
in.
him think.
No, I'm gonna do it though. I take that as motivation. Well, it just depends on the way. So everybody's mind is different a little bit, but I feel that though. But if I was a person that was in denial or something like that, and you tell me that, like, no, forget
You
all
answer
that.
for $2.
I eat how I want. It ain't nothing to do with you. You know what I'm saying? But you tell me that
Give me a
now
second.
because
You owe
I've been in
$2 for
fitness and all that
progress
stuff. I'm gonna
the
listen.
shit
I'm
for
gonna
the
be like,
class.
oh yeah,
It's
you right. Let
fine.
me get
I'll
that
give you
stupid,
the
let
$2.
me get that chicken out my mouth
I'll
or
get it in
something.
a second. But what I'm saying is that we have got to get to a place as a people. Adar, close my door. We got to get to a place as a people to start talking to each other better. I'm not saying that we don't need to hear the truth. I'm not saying that. I am saying the way we're delivering this truth, some people are going to receive it and some people are not. But to say that you have to give the truth the same way to all people all the time and expect for the receipt of that information to be the same, it is not, which is why we get into these conversations and women say you're bashing us. Now you very
Mm-hmm.
well may not be bashing women, right? But if you continue down the path of the reason the downfall of the relationship is because the woman won't be submissive and she's combative and she won't be agreeable and she won't do this, when I say to you, all that woman hears is you saying she needs to sit down, shut up, and do everything you say you're supposed to do. She has no brain, no voice. That's what she
Mm-hmm.
hears. Whether or not that is the intent, that's what she hears. So if we want to change the scope of how people are reacting, in particularly women to women, we have to change how we deliver this message to some of these people. We can say, well, don't go on their lives. Well, you know what? I don't know Danielle, but Danielle might be a 20-year-old young lady that's lost in the world who's trying to figure it out. And maybe she's teetering on, well, I like traditional relationships and, let me find out more about that. But then you get in some of these other lives and you hear you're a reprobate, you're a rebellious, you're going to hell, you're this and that. She's going to be like, whoa, I'm not subscribing to that. That's
That's
all
literally
I'm
what
saying.
happens. That's literally
That's
what happens.
all I am saying. And so and then what ends up happening because of a woman, because I am a female, I literally just got told I'm not submissive, but what set me off, and I want everybody to see my face. Don't ever call my husband a boy, a punk. He's sorry. He's trifling. Oh,
A
you tell
simp.
him what to do. Don't ever, as
Mm-hmm.
long as you live, come from Mr. J Love. That right there, that's so then my protection comes out. And now all bets are off. And now you're getting ready to get the full gambit of who J Love 1021 is. So my thing is you get in these lives and you want to say, like somebody told me, I know you. What? You don't know anything about me. Nothing. But that's what you say. So now you're trying to put in the air. And while I don't care what you say about me, leave Mr. J Love out of this. Because now you have a whole problem. And I take issues with anyone. And I get it. It's social media and people are gonna say what they want to say. I understand all of that. But then when I tell you, okay, well, cool. Let you talk to Mr. J Love. You want to backpedal on what you say. Well, I didn't say. Yeah, you did. Now you don't want to talk to him. You don't want to talk to the man that you just had these negative things to say about.
We are
Now
all we are all married to your husband.
Not just that. I would say,
Like
but
J
for
Love,
real.
huh?
J Love, I want to tell you the one thing I always appreciate you when you come onto this platform because you give me a lot of insight and a lot of growth. Like, I would say there's a lot of things that I had to think about throughout my own life as a young adult that you talked about on this platform that made me look at things at a different lens. And like in terms of like I would I would sit here and be like, well, I don't know what I want, or how I see life and things like that. And hearing people like you being very direct and being like, this is what I gone through, this is my life experience, really helps me.
I
And
appreciate that.
yeah, and I don't appreciate when people come at you, because I feel like you're very real, you're very raw, and the fact that you even allow, you bring your family into it to show other people a lesson, and they disrespect you in that way, is completely not okay to me.
I appreciate that. You know what, Danielle? Let me tell you something that you don't realize that I feel about you. When I talk to you, you are just like one of my 20-year-old daughters. I have a 20-year-old daughter. I have a daughter your age. So when I
Mhm.
talk to you, I hear it in your voice. And I look at 20-year-olds and I say, I want them to have the best world like my children. I want them to have that potential. So let me give her a different scope, because I'm
Mhm.
sick and tired of hearing that Black women are combative because we have voices. I'm not combative,
Mhm.
but I will set you straight.
Mhm.
I'm not combative, but you're not going to come from my family ever. I don't care who you are. And so
Not
I got off
combative.
this live after somebody coming from my husband, and it bothered me because I don't bother anybody. And then I got off the live and I had a message from somebody who said, I don't know what you do for a living, and that's not my business. They said, but the way you speak and the way you talk and how you deliver information, they said, you are better than any quote unquote relationship person that I've ever heard speak.
Pause, love.
Mhm.
Pause. Pause. I'm going to tell you why. Because me and you just do this same damn thing. We are good listeners. So we could relate and respond proper to point. Go ahead, ma'am.
So, like Kev, I know we disagree. We have our back and forth. We do. But Kev, I like getting on your live and even having those back and forths, because contrary to what you think, you do make me think about things. I do look
Mhm.
at things. I go, you know what? I know how I feel in this conversation, and I know what that thought is in this conversation. But I can understand why Kev thinks it that way, and I can respect that. The one thing I've never felt on your platform is disrespected.
Mhm.
And I never feel like you have to come on your platform and be anybody other than J Love. And I know that no matter what the no versus, what was our last thing? Communication key versus understanding being the key. We debated that till the end of time. And I appreciated every piece of that debate.
For real.
But at the end of the day, I took something from it and I realized that, hey, you know what? I understanding is something that you truly need. And me and my husband even talked about it, right? So
Yeah.
some of these comments, like this platform, I can breathe on, but these other ones, I am tired of my young people being drug for filth. Like me personally, I can't speak for anybody else. I was told today there's no way possible that a man has ever told me he doesn't know what he wants out of a woman. When I literally just sat in a live and said, what is it that you want out of the woman? What does she need to do? And this person said to me, I don't know.
Mhm.
But I got told that's impossible. All men are different, and all men have different wants and different qualities and different needs. And I firmly believe that. But I'm tired of what a woman is supposed to do.
Mhm.
Because number one, if you're not married, you don't have a husband,
Don't
you
talk.
can kill.
Keep
You can't
going,
talk to
keep
me.
going, keep
You
going,
can't talk
keep
to me
going.
about what happens over
Right.
here. You understand? You can't talk to me about this walk that I walk every day as a Mrs. Um, to tell me that I'm not submissive. I've rocked this submissive for 28 years. I'm coming up on 22 years of marriage. I have no outside children. I have no, like, and I'm not better than anybody for that reason, right? I am not better than anybody because I too could be a single mother and all of those things. But the reality is this. Somebody asked me, well, said you're married. You don't have a dog in this fight. I absolutely do. Because the dog in the fight that I have is to help my young Black women and my young women be able to understand that being married is not a slave ship. Being married doesn't mean I'm subservient. Being married means that I can be loved, I can be cherished, I can be appreciated, and stand in the woman that I am in. And I can be all
Mm-hmm.
of those things if a man will show me that, hey, I can trust you. If you are a man that's dated 5 different women and all them women could not be or show you that they can be submissive, who's the common denominator in all of that?
You
I
are.
don't care what you say. Everybody that you meet cannot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. You've got to be the common denominator.
Mm-hmm.
So if you think that what, Kev, I know women are combative. I know that women have. I see them and I go, "Whoo, child, where's your mama? What? Who raised you?" So I don't argue that. But all of us
Jayla,
are not that person.
Mm-hmm.
What's up?
Jayla, I had this conversation in another live, and I said, men are submissive too. They
Oh my
submit
God!
to they are submissive too. They submit to our needs,
How bad do
even
you
though
get told off?
even though they protect us and they proceed to project us into their needs. They are submissive to our feelings too.
Mm-hmm.
Women don't even understand that. They're actually submissive to our feelings and to our needs. We just have to be receptive to
The
it.
truth is that a grown man is probably more submissive than his wife.
I,
Let's
Mm-hmm.
just be honest.
right.
Thank you. Jane,
I
let me
mean,
tell
let's
you
just be
Submission
something.
honest.
goes both
Because let
ways.
me say this: the
Submission
grown
goes
man,
both
the
ways.
grown man that lives here at this house has to make sure that every need and want is met at this house. So if you're meeting my every need and my every want, what what is that called? And I tell people all the time, um, okay, I'm gonna ask Clyde because Clyde understands what I'm fixing to
Right.
say. Clyde, you are sick.
Clyde.
I'm gonna give an example. You're sick as a dog, Clyde, and you go to work, and then you come home and you're sicker, and your wife tells you to get your bum in there and sit down somewhere and get better, and you go, okay, baby, and you go lay down so you can heal yourself. Is that not you yielding and submitting to her
Very,
protection?
very much
Mhm.
so.
I got
Exactly.
told.
Men
I got
submit
told.
too. Men
I
submit
got told.
too. Like,
Listen,
come
I was
on.
Wait a
told
minute
Like,
now.
that
why
they
are
Wait
we
a
needed
minute
fighting
now.
submission.
over the same
Wait a minute
submissions? Like,
now.
men
What's up,
submit
Kev?
to, women submit to. Why are we fighting over the same thing?
What's up, Kev?
No.
J Love. I mean not J Love, but lovely man. But J Love, man. This is what I noticed, man. And I already inboxed you about this a lot, man. You yourself have nothing to prove to nobody on here for real. You don't
For
have to
True,
real,
prove
for real,
nothing
for
to
real.
nobody on here
true.
because people gonna keep on. They will literally. And the thing we were just talking about that earlier about the questions and all that stuff. Some people gonna sit there and try to keep. They will purposely try to irk you on purpose just so they can mess your real life up. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They're going
that's
to do
true.
that. You know what I'm saying?
J-
So they want you to be like, oh yeah, you're, And that did kind of hurt me a little. Well, you know what I'm saying, just because I don't like, I don't like that you that you go, that you had to go through that stuff or whatever, that you, because I feel that, yeah, once somebody talk about, your husband and all that stuff though, that dude, it do mess you up and all that stuff. But like I always say though, these people is not worth it. And the more you be on this app, that's why I would recommend you just stay in my room. I guess you stay in my room. But I
Remember
would,
when
you know what I'm
remember
saying?
when J
It's
Love
gonna be
was
people that's gonna
remember a
purposely
few
attack
days
you to
end of
mess
the
ago,
your
J
stuff
day,
up.
Love?
at
Remember
the end
J
of the
Love was
day,
like, I'm off.
at the end of the day, the
I'm
truth
going off
is,
TikTok. I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna leave. And Kev talked her down. Like J Love was like,
Yeah,
I'm gonna
it's
leave. Janet,
it's trolls
I'm
on
gonna
here for real.
leave.
Like I said,
I'm not
it's
gonna be
people.
here no more. I don't want to be on this platform. I don't want to be here no more. But man, J Love, you don't know how much love you represent into the platforms that you are on. I
So
hope you know
honestly,
that.
you know,
go ahead,
everybody
Aaron.
knows that. Everybody knows that, or real men and real women know that men are submissive and females are submissive. So if you're having a conversation with people that don't know this, why are you having that conversation? If you've been
What?
intimate and romantic with someone where you seen a man in his submissiveness and you was in your submissiveness, you cannot, these people cannot argue with you. They haven't been there to understand that level. So you talking to these people and debating it. Why are you doing that?
So let me say this to you, Aaron. And the thing is that it doesn't turn into a debate for me, right? It just is what it is. The thing is that what I'm finding is that a lot of people present one way, and then I see you a different. Somebody actually told me I was a fence rider. I said, what? Normally, like I said, what people have to say about
Well,
me, I don't really care about. Whatever. Say what you want to say about me. You call me whatever you want. But what you cannot do, because it's something that's in me and it's a long story and history behind it. But when you come for my husband, so now I have to decide, because the life that I was in, I don't know how I want to move with this person anymore. Like real talk. I don't know how to move.
Somebody are custom operating with.
Huh?
Somebody you are custom with.
Say it one more time, Clyde.
All right, like somebody you are custom talking to.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
This
all
was
right.
this person's live, and I don't know. I don't know if I want to. And it's not
do
just
I
this
know
one.
them?
It's been. Uh huh. Mm-hmm. That one right there. I listen. You can't have that, lovely. That took me forever. That's a puzzle. That's a puzzle that I made into a picture. If you can see.
Um,
You know I have a pit bull, right? I have
I
a
have
pit bull,
two.
and I had a
Mm-hmm.
bulldog, and I had a
Yeah, I have two.
boxer. Yeah. So that's the thing,
Um.
is that so we
Yeah,
could
Kev,
talk
you
about
going?
animals, but we can talk about us as people. It's like, what is our communication styles? Where is the dislingering? Where are we discommunicating, as humans, as people, as
Lovely, 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 man. No more questions. I gotta get off here. I'm just trying to get this
Kev, you
last
ain't going
little
to
her
work.
word out.
You ain't
Huh?
going to work. You
I
ain't going to
I'm
work.
not going. No, I gotta go. I got to go.
no, I gotta go to.
I ain't trying to be
No,
sleepy.
I actually got to get up and finish my office. But I really just came on here to say that I agree with Clyde.
I
Like,
love you, J Love,
you.
and I love you,
Thank you,
Clyde, and
darling.
I love you,
But
Kev,
see,
and
Kev,
Danielle,
I just want to tell all
and
you the
Aaron.
problem.
Thank you for.
Lovely,
Yeah.
don't go nowhere yet. Don't go nowhere
Hey,
yet.
inbox me who
I
you
just,
talk about. I'm curious now.
nah, behave yourself. Behave yourself. The
I'm
live
gonna
I
leave it
was
alone.
on, the
Okay.
live I was on was Black Guru Live. And a woman came up and called her next woman job, where she have she own business, right? This woman have she own business for over 20 years, still married, and does get up and do everything as a house that as a woman should do in a home. And this next woman tell this man that that woman has a brainless job.
Wow.
Exact. Okay. Wait, Clyde. Kev, this is what we were talking about earlier. I know I should not bring it up, but this is what I'm saying when I'm seeing this on other lives where it's being counterproductive now, where we're insulting each other, we're not listening to each other. It's starting to become counterproductive. I'm not like in terms of what I'm trying to say in terms of if we're trying to have these discussions, if we're trying to have these lives, we should be we like I don't know how to explain it. The frustration that I feel as a young woman going through this app and even trying like that's why I say I appreciate J Love so much because sometimes she tells me things that I don't want to hear. But she says it in a way where it's like I gotta snap back into it. Like when I tell you, she talked about her story about her parents and what happened. And it touched me so much that I went to go talk to my parents and I told them, whatever I'm doing right now, the mistakes that I'm making and I'm aware of, I need to change that. Because you guys did not just sacrifice and risk everything for me just for me to sit here and act spoiled. And so like having these type of discussions are so important, but the way you have them and the way you hold someone accountable or even the way you judge someone is so significant to the conversation. Anyway, that's all I want to say.
And honestly, I learned that from the younger generation. I'm gonna be real honest with you. The younger generation taught me that. I had
For
to learn
real.
that, talking to the younger generation, I had to understand
For
that while
real.
while it doesn't while it doesn't make sense to me, right? But the feelings and the emotions and the all of that, like that, what you crying because of what? Because she said your toenail polish was the wrong color. Like what are we doing? But the younger generation taught me that always being strong and always being quick-witted about how they felt about things was demeaning and it was diminishing who they are. So I too learned that okay, if I want them to understand the message that I'm trying to give them, I I need to change how I deliver that. And that was hard for me, but I learned it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they
Um
Well,
spin it up.
and how you
people
deliver that, J Love, was
You spin
how
it up.
they get a chance to deliver that too. Because how it was delivered to us was totally different.
right,
All right.
Totally
right.
It's
different.
like this. It's like this. When I was small, I get real cut ass. I see my little sister them they get cut ass and thing too, right? I say, you see me, Clyde? You see your children, you is not to lash your children, right? But you is to speak to them, not demand them or command them.
Yep.
You is to speak to them.
Mm-hmm.
My daughter is 21 years now. She's 21. And J-Love, this child I don't know, boy. I don't know where I do or how I get away to grow up children. My word, I do good.
I
I
believe
do
you.
good for a
But
man.
you're right, Clyde. Somebody had to tell me, like it used to be, I would tell my daughters, go do this and go do that and hand me this and give me that and do this and do this. And I never used the word please. I never said thank you. And until somebody pointed it out to me, why do you talk to them like that? That's kind of hard. Like you can say, and that's when I had to start changing how I dealt with my children. And that's why I believe my children can talk to me because I had to learn that barking at them wasn't always the answer. Something hit me earlier today, and I'm gonna let Kev get off this live because I'm gonna sign out. I'm gonna leave y'all with this. I was standing in my kitchen and it was like, I don't know, the Lord just whispered down in my ear. And he said, people that think they don't have the life they want oftentimes sabotage the life they long for. I don't know where that came from. I'm firm believer in the Lord speaks to me, but that's what
I'm
He
so
laid on
glad
my
I
heart.
stayed. I'm so glad I stayed for that. I'm so glad I stayed.
People think that they don't have the life they want. Oftentimes sabotage the life they long for. I don't know where that came from, y'all, but it, it was
I
like
know
the
where it
Lord
came
said to me
from.
standing in my kitchen,
It came from
and
the
He said,
self.
"You need." Yeah, the Lord told me I need to tell somebody that. So
Thy
I don't know who
wisdom,
that was
As
for,
you
but
should.
I'm just
thy
passing that message on.
That's a
thy
way to put it
wisdom,
on. Oh, end it.
Jalom,
Oh,
thy
I
pure
love it.
wisdom you now talk thee. You hear
Mm.
what it is I telling you? Because I just see it, I live it. Where people see you living a life, they don't know how what you doing to live your life, you know. They don't know how you're doing it. You understand? But yet still they envy you and they don't know how hard you're working, how much sleepless nights you're missing to live the way how you're living, boy, and you're not harassing a soul, you know.
That's true. That's true. But I
Kev,
appreciate it, Clyde.
go and get your
I'm out,
rest.
y'all. Y'all have a
J
good
Love, you
night. God
better
bless.
not
Daniel?
leave this app. Do not leave this app. Absolutely
Yes,
not.
ma'am. Okay,
Nah,
I
she
Absolutely.
can't
won't.
go away.
I, I'm not. I'm just gonna come to Kev live and harass him all night.
Or
So
whenever
that
I
means,
on.
Kev, you got to go live every night. Then you can't be disappearing and
you
off
say
the app
you say
because
you
you
gonna
be
entertain me.
disappearing and stuff. Yeah, y'all have a good night.
All
You
right,
too.
y'all, man. Thanks for coming through, everybody, man. You know what I'm saying? And if y'all whoever in that box, if y'all down there, y'all to follow me, do all that, man. Follow me. You know what I'm saying? I ain't just be watching eyeballs and hitting the report button like crazy. I know what y'all people be doing, down. Follow me. I'm gonna be back on tomorrow. You know, be away a little longer. You know what I'm saying? Thank you for always hosting a good uplifting space. Thank you. You know what I'm saying? Thanks for attending. You know what I'm saying? I wouldn't be able to do nothing without y'all. So keep my mind, straight. Keeping me on my main little goal. You know what I'm saying? Is focusing on the emotional control, so I can be able to handle, disagreements, agreements. You know what I'm saying? I get to handle all that different ways and stuff. It's helping molding me. You know what I'm saying? And I gotta practice what I preach. That's another thing. So, as long as we being understanding and we growing together and all that stuff, man. But good luck, y'all. Like I'm gonna give y'all one more second, and 1 more minute, to follow if y'all not following. And I'm out, man. I'll be on tomorrow for sure. And I'll be on way longer, way longer. I come to see you leaving. I know, you caught the fairy tale of the end. You get a fairy tale, so you caught the right at the ending, man. Because you was been cheating on my life. I seen you. And I didn't see you. You would have seen the beginning if you was like, But all right, y'all, man. I'm gonna catch y'all. I don't want to be grumpy at work. Hormiga, oh, there go Hormiga. You get to catch him live now. There you go. You Hormiga. Yeah. It's like that. But all right, y'all, man. What is it? It's like that. But all right, y'all, man. What is it?